Well, hello and welcome to another live day at We Are Developers here. So you just saw today's a special day because Code 100 is happening live today in Zagreb. So we're going to do this all day, and there's going to be another conference in Zagreb, and this evening we're going to meet there and do a live coding competition. We're not going to take part of this here. I just wanted to tell you that it's there, code100.dev. Take a look at that. It's going to be in other cities in the near future as well. And every week in our newsletter, we have a Code 100 competition as well, if you want to code along and you want to find out what puzzles might be about. But back to today, we have a day full packed of front-end stuff. That's why I'm moderating again. I'm Chris from WeAreDevelopers. I'm the VP of Developer Relations. And I'll be here as a moderator and introducing all the speakers, helping them out and seeing what you have to say. This is on StreamYard, and it's basically live on YouTube as well, so you can comment. And please comment on all the presentations, because that's what I can use the Q&A, so I don't have to come up with random questions. One important thing that's very close to my heart is that this is here a session where we have a code of conduct. So if you comment or if you're in a chat and you actually behave badly, we will actually take you out. Well, not personally, but we will stop you from doing so. If you feel that somebody else pesters you, please tell us about it. This is a safe space, and this is a space where everybody should grow. I've been at a concert the other day, and I love that on the drinks, they have basically the same thing that we're going to say here. So I'm going to switch over quickly to an intro to our code of conduct, and be back in a second. That's basically it. We all deserve respect. What you expect from other people, you should give to other people. And remember, everything that happens online is somehow recorded as well. So if you behave wrongly, it will actually come out. So don't try to be a terrible person. Try to be a nice person. And talking of nice people, we have Germán Álvarez. Germán Álvarez. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. It's not German. We know that because he's Spanish. And he's joining us from Madrid, from Ironhack. And it's going to be the first presentation of today. And we all talk about routing a lot. And we normally talk about server-side routing, client-side routing. But what he's going to tell us about is actually routing on the planet. How to actually build a routing app from scratch using Google Maps. Germán, are you ready? Are you happy?
Yeah, I am happy. I am ready. Hi, everyone. And thanks a lot for taking me here. Yeah, sure.
All right, Germán is not going to have any slides. This is going to go directly into the code. We also share the GitHub repo on the chat, and he's probably going to talk about it as well. So if you want to code along, you can do that as well. And I see you back in the Q&A. So the stage is all yours, Germán. Tell us about how to route from one place to another.
Nice. You're seeing my screen, yeah? Okay, so let's see. Hi, everyone. Let's create a Google Maps application from scratch, okay? I'll present you the three products, the three applications that we are about to create this morning, yeah? This will take no longer than 45 or 55 minutes, okay? So the first application we will create is this simple map, because this is a super simple map, yeah? The thing is that it has a special style, a custom style, which is kind of electric, isn't it? Yeah, I will teach you how to do this from scratch, yeah? And yeah, we will set it on a center and we will place a little marker. This is the first one of the three exercises from scratch that we will make today, okay? The second exercise that we will make from scratch is this one, okay? Well, this looks like a regular map, but the thing is that, okay, when you allow the navigator, the browser, to know my location, it will take my location and place me where I am, which is here in Matadero, Madrid. This is where is Ironhack's campus, yeah? So this way you will learn how does the navigator geolocation work, okay? And so we will integrate this into the map. So this is super interesting, yeah? And the last example we will make, okay, is this application where once again, I will allow the navigator, okay, to locate me. But the thing is that if I type any direction here, for example, Barcelona, yeah, and I get the directions, I will have all the directions from one place to another, okay, from where the last search was made, okay, to the new place, okay? For example, from Gijón to Barcelona or to Madrid. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, I repeat, we will create this from scratch. Okay, so let's start from a blank document. Yeah, I will be making the 3 applications in here. Okay, the first one will be the basic map. Okay, I'll place this inside the live coding folder. Oh, okay, nice, super nice. Okay. For this, I will create a basic HTML structure, okay, with a CSS folder, with a JavaScript folder, okay, and I will create a basic HTML site, okay. Nice, we got it, yeah. So, what do we need to print a map using Google Maps? Well, in terms of HTML, we only need a tag, okay, a tag. Let's use a figure tag, okay, with my map. Oops, with my map item, okay? This is all you need in terms of HTML to render a full map, full Google Maps map, okay? Then we will need our scripts. First of all, we will need, okay, a custom script. Well, we will make the setup of the map, okay? Where we will, with JavaScript, okay, code all the settings for the map. So I will add it here. I will call it app.js, okay? And as this is not created yet, I will control-click and yeah, create file. Super nice, okay? And to finish with, I need the Google Maps script. This is super important, okay? I have it here, got some magic in here, yeah? Okay, and this is the Google Maps script, okay? Yep, as you see, well, let's say, I want to explain something to you, which is kind of important to work with Google Maps, because these 3 examples are super easy to make, and those codes will be provided to you after the live coding, so you can experiment and you can make your own maps. To make this work, you don't only need the script, yeah? You need to place 2 query strings or search parameters, which are as follows. First of all, we have the key string, okay? This is the Google Maps credential that they will give you. You have to take it online. You have to ask for it online, which is free. And you have kind of 200 or 300 of monthly budget for free, so you can develop with it. After that, you will be charged, but it's enough to make any example, any basic example, okay? And then we have another one, which is callback, yeah, callback. This is the name of the function that will render the map. This is super important, yeah, because Google Maps, let's say, it's not a lightweight dependence, it's not a lightweight script, and as it's a client-side technology, we are not sure about how long will it take to load, how long will it take to download, and how long will it take to init itself. So how does Google Maps handle this? Yeah, they say, hey, Germán, give me a name of a function, and when I'm ready to render a map, I will trigger it. Yeah. So this is it. Okay. What do we need then? 3, 2, 1. Okay. So okay, we need a function called init where we will place all the maps set up, yeah? If we have done this correctly, if I open this on the browser, yeah? Just give me a second. Console init is not a function, yeah. Init is not a function because I need this script here, not after the Google Maps, yeah. This is the alert that says, hey, Google Maps is loaded, it's downloaded, and it's ready to work with you, okay? So super nice and super easy, yeah? Let's create the first example. As I was saying, I want to make a reminder to you, this is the first example we're about to create, okay? A basic map. Well, doesn't look so basic because I repeat, okay? This map has custom styling, which I will show you how to reach this goal. Super nice goal, okay? So let's do this. Let's start with this example. One thing you have to know, which is super important and super fun, is that if this tag doesn't have height, you will not have map. As easy as it sounds, yeah? I mean, if we don't bring some CSS into scene, I know this is a programming workshop. This is a JavaScript workshop, not a CSS workshop, but we need some CSS in here, yeah? So let's bring, first of all, Bootstrap, just to handle the side look. That's it, nothing else, okay? Anything else? And, oh, sorry. Bootstrap CSS, yeah, here it is. And let's place a custom style sheet. Nice, okay? Let's create it with control-click, yeah? Super easy, okay? And just, I want to give some height to my map tag, okay? Inside this tag, Google Maps will place the map. But I repeat, it should have height. If it doesn't have height, no map will be rendered. Or yeah, it will, but you won't see anything, okay? So let's make a full screen map. Here, 100 viewport height, okay? With 100 viewport width, okay? And I will make a strange thing, yeah? Background color red. And you will say, why? Okay, you have to wait, okay? But this time, to start with, I will make a red background, okay? Just let's continue and you will understand this after. This makes me be sure about the tag has height, and I am quite sure that the tag has the full screen space. Yeah, that's the reason why I set it to red, just for me to clarify myself. Okay, and then don't worry because the map will be rendered there, so no red color will be seen after we create the map. We are absolutely ready to start developing the map, guys and girls. Okay, so let's start. We have downloaded, we have installed Google Maps, so we have access to a nice object called google.maps.map. Excuse me, yeah. So let's do this here, okay? To create a new map, new Google Maps map. This is what we need, okay? A map. Okay, a map instance from Google Maps. Yeah, we need we need some data to create this. We need, first of all, to tell Google Maps where should it place the map. I mean, on the HTML, we can have many tags, not only one map, many maps. Okay, so we will tell him that we want it in my map selector, yeah? And second, we need an object with some setup, yeah? The minimum setup we need to create a map, it's a zoom level, which we will set at 15, okay? And also we need a center. What does it mean? Well, a center means an object with latitude and longitude, which is how Google Maps, well, any geolocation system works, yeah? We will pass an object, okay? Just a second. I will take I'm from Gijón, which is a small city in the northern of Spain, okay? And what I'm about to do is to copy the latitude and longitude from this place, okay? Lat, ONG, and we're done, okay? So I repeat, we're telling Google Maps inside the function init that we want a new map, that we want it here, and that we want it with this level of zoom and centered in here, yeah? If I reload my document, and I didn't forget anything, just, here we are. This is Gijón, okay? This is Gijón. This is the way we render a simple map. It's super easy, and when you get the codes, please experiment with it, have fun with it, okay? Yeah, so this is the basic map, but I know you're saying, hey, Germán, you told us we were going to be able to apply custom styles, yeah, like this electric one and other styles. Yeah, we will be able to. Just give me a second, okay? First of all, what we're going to do is to place a marker before it, yeah? Because I guess everyone, or at least many of you, are waiting for that kind of spot that you see here, yeah, in the center, okay? And yeah, this doesn't come with the map itself. You have to instance it separately, okay, and add it to the map. How can we place a spot? How can we place a pin? With a Google Maps marker, yeah? And yeah, this instance is quite easier than the Google Maps one, because we just need to tell Google Maps which map is the one that it's going to receive the pin, okay? In this case, in this map. So we can store it on a constant, okay? And also we need to tell the marker where's the place where it should be set, yeah, in terms of position, okay? And we will replicate the object so it's placed right in the center of the map. If we reload our product, yeah, that's Gijón, okay? You can place as many markers as you want in your map, okay? So yeah, you see, those are two separate things. And to finish with this example, yeah, I repeat, we're following this goal, okay? To finish with this example, guys and girls, we're about to set some custom style, yeah? There are like hundreds of sites where you can get your own custom styles for Google Maps, ¿vale? Google Maps custom styling, blah, blah, blah. And here we have a lot of them, okay? But this is, let's say, super easy, yeah? You can change the Google Maps styles. You have hundreds, literally hundreds of options where you can, the human-made fill with green, giving us this super nice map, okay? Yeah. And when you finish setting your own custom style, okay, you'll get a JSON, okay? A JSON that you can pass to the map. I will bring you, I have here some magic, okay? I have a super huge object, yeah, with a lot of styling setups for Google Maps. Let me create it, just a second. You will understand this in just a minute, okay? Styles.js, okay? So what do we have here? We have a huge object. Don't worry, you don't have to understand, okay? We have an object, okay, with some styles: retro, silver, night, electric, yellow parks, yellow human-made, yeah, super nice. We will use it for our map, okay? So first of all, we're gonna bring it to the document. Okay, now that we have it on the document, okay, we will apply it to the map with the property styles. So 3, 2, 1. What's the name of it? Map styles dot something. Map styles dot retro, okay, which will give our map some kind of, oh, not this one, yeah, this one, old style look, okay? And we have many others, okay? For example, yellow human-made, where I have a full black map where every human-made part is covered in yellow, and yeah, you can make as many styles as you want. Just use those style methods, okay, and place it on the styles property. This is the end of the first of the 3 examples. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm sure you see how easy it is to create a map. So please take the codes when they are provided to you, experiment, enjoy, make your maps, and so, yeah? Super nice. Let's continue with the second example. Let's close this first example codes, okay? And let's copy it. Just a second. Basics map, okay? And these two will be geolocation. Let's take a look at what are we going to do in this second example. This is the second example I'm gonna create, okay? If I load the map, okay, some kind of pop-up will ask me to know my location. If I allow that pop-up to bring my location, okay, just some seconds after, the map will directly go to where the device is and center the map there, setting a marker, okay? This is the second example we're about to make. We're gonna take the codes from the first example. Yeah, you have seen how I've copied and pasted. Okay, I have duplicated because the base of the application is the same. So, okay, we have the same HTML. I won't change anything from here, okay? But yeah, I will have to make some changes to the app, okay? First of all, okay, we have two parallel processes. On one side, the map must be rendered in some place, maybe in the last place, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but the map on one side should be rendered, okay? And on the other side, okay, a parallel task that the navigator, that the browser will do, is ask the user for the location and bring it from, okay, to the application. So, first of all, okay, I will take all this system to a render map function. Yeah, that's better, yeah, okay, because we will be making two things. And on the other side, okay, I will call a getLocation function that will be in charge of asking the user for to access their location. Okay, here we go. Let's say this is the same example as before, guys and girls. Okay, the only thing is that the int function is calling the render map function, where is the map setup as you see before, and also we're calling a getLocation, okay, function. So let's do this. Germán, how can we get a device location? How can we ask the user to share their location with us? Super easy. The navigator object, okay, has a property called geolocation, okay, and one method. It has many methods, okay, well, 3 methods, okay, but getCurrentPosition is the one that we want to use now, okay. This method will try to access the device location, and in case of success, will bring us the latitude, longitude, and many other things from where the user is. How can we set up this method? Super easy. We have a success callback and an error callback. So this is a function, an error function, okay? And the position object that the navigator will bring us back in case of success will be printed on the console, so you can check it, okay? And in case of failure, oh, so sad, okay, shit happens. Oh, sorry for that, okay? We will place on the console what has happened, okay? This is it. Let's try this right now. So 3, 2, 1. I remember, okay, this function will be triggered, okay, right when reloading the page. Here we go. Let's open it. Yeah, here it is, okay? Well, it's the yellow map, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Then I'll change it to style, okay? Here it is. I will open the console. This is super important, guys and girls, okay? And I will block. I will deny. No. Oh, so sad. So this is an error. I mean, 3, 2, 1. This is the callback, the error callback. And the most common one is this one, code 1, user denied, okay? So this is the most common error. But let's allow it. Yeah. And let's wait, okay? Because this takes time. And here it is, okay? This is where the device is. We have an object with a coords property, okay? With the latitude and longitude. And we have other data. It depends on the kind of device, on the nature of device, the type of device, okay? But this is what we need. This is where we are, okay? So let's use it. Here we go. The thing is that, yeah, I have here the user's location, but finally, my final goal is centering the map on that location and placing a marker there, okay? So let's pass this information to another function, okay, which will be called update map position, and we will send the position to this function, okay? I'm about to create the function now. which is super easy. Remember, okay, the only thing we have to do in this function is setting the map to the center of the position, okay, and placing a marker. Okay, so const. Let's take the coords property from the position object, okay. And then we have latitude and longitude. But remember, Google Maps works with this kind of object in terms of space, yeah, of geolocation. So it should be lat and LNG, not latitude and longitude. And the thing is that this object has latitude and longitude. So let's create const a new object as Google Maps likes it, yeah? Lat, its coords, latitude, and LNG, right? LNG, its coords, longitude, okay? That's nice. Great, super nice. So we have here a Google Maps friendly position object with the latitude and the longitude, okay? Yeah, let's center the map. This is super easy, okay? To move the map, so you can set the map in a different position than the one that it has on a moment, okay? You just have to use the set center method, okay? But this method works against the map instance. And the thing is that due to variable scope, okay, the const my map is inside the render map function. So I cannot do this. This is what we should do, okay? Set center from the map instance. But I repeat, we will get an error because 3, 2, 1. I will allow you to do this, okay? And here it is. My map is not a function because my map is undefined, basically, okay? Let's create this as a global variable. Here it is. And let's repeat the example. 3, 2, 1, allow. And yeah, there we are in Matadero, Madrid. I will change the map style, okay? Because this is not the best style to... Okay, so let's take... just a second. Which ones did we have? And retro one, yeah, the retro, yeah. It's nice, okay? I will allow, and yeah, in some seconds, when the location comes into the application, here we are, yeah? Yeah, super nice. And let's place a marker, yeah? It will be so nice for this example. So let's create a new Google Maps marker inside this function, okay? Update map position, not only, okay, centering the map, but also creating a marker, setting as a position the object with the current position. It's exactly the same as before. Allow. Yeah, we got this. So this example has, this is it. This is the second example. Yeah, as easy as you see, okay? Maybe you don't have enough, maybe you don't have much experience with JavaScript or with coding, but yeah, for sure, you see how easy was the second example. And this example is not as hard as it sounds, yeah? It's quite easier. And if you experiment, if you learn, if you touch the code, you will see how fun is it to work with the Google Maps API, yeah? Nice. To sum up, okay, this is our second example. The same HTML, exactly the same, but on the script, we have a function init which renders the initial map, okay? This is from the first example, is the same. I mean, we don't even need a marker in here. I just want the map itself at some center. I don't care about that. Because the other function, what will do? Get the current position from the user, okay? And once it has arrived, it will be sent as an argument to update position, which parameter contains the coordinates to create a position as set the center of the map. And that's it. And yeah, then a nice marker. Yeah, why not? Okay. Yeah, so we're done. I hope you're understanding this. I know I know I talk too quickly, but yeah, this is super easy, okay? Let's go with the third example, which is the most interesting one. I will duplicate again this example because, yeah, Germán, we are here because we want to make routes. Yeah, that's it. We're here, okay? That's what we are going to do now. But the thing is that it's better for you to understand if we create this gradually, okay? First, a basic map, then geolocated map, and then we will mix everything on a routing app. Which goal are we going to reach? 3, 2, 1. This is like the same application from before, okay? The thing is that, as you see here, we have a little input that says type destination here. Wait, I will allow Google Maps to locate me, okay? And once again, we are in Matadero, Madrid, which is where Ironhack is. Where are we? Where are we? Here we are. Casa del Lector, Ironhack, okay? Nice. So, pay attention. 3, 2, 1, Barcelona, okay? And I will get, well, I'm sorry because I took the wrong object here. We will get the route from Madrid to Barcelona, okay? Or this is all from Gijón because I was making some tests and I used an old coordinates object, okay? But yeah, we will be able to see any route from Madrid to Barcelona, Paris, okay, to any city, to any location you want to travel. Okay, so let's do this. I will start with the same code as the example we made before, but okay, we need some extra HTML and we need some extra CSS because we need this input to be in here. Okay, so here we go. I'm not sure if I have it here. Just give me a second. Okay, I have the CSS. Okay, so I will place some CSS magic. Here we are. Nice. Okay, just a second. Yeah, I'm on this application. Nice, and I will place here an input where the user will be able to write the destination, okay? It will have the ID destination string and it will be an input of type text, okay? Not destination string, excuse me, destination input, so the CSS will work basically, okay? And the placeholder called type here your destination. Nice, okay. And a button, okay, with the ID, calculate route. Oops. Yep. Here we are, calculate route. And this is ready. Let's see our example. 3, 2, 1. This is it, okay? This is the same example as before, but this input and this button and some CSS magic are making the thing, okay? If I allow the map to locate me, it will bring me to Ironhack. And this is the same example as before. The only extra things are these two little guys, which will help us through our journey. We are ready. Germán, what are we going to do? Let's take a look at the app, okay? We need to render the map and we need to get the location, but we need an extra thing, which is to listen to the button. I mean, when the user clicks the button, I need to take the value from the input so I can create the route. 3, 2, 1. Let's call this set event listeners, okay? And the only thing I will do is as follows, okay? When the user clicks on calculate route, okay, I will take that event. Okay, I will be listening to that event. Let's try it. 3, 2, 1. Allow. Yeah. And it doesn't work, so sorry. Let's repeat. Just a second, please. Segment listeners, we select or calculate root, which is calculate root. Ah, yeah, on click, it's, this is not React. Sorry. It should work now. Yeah, I got the click, okay? So I got the event. This is the first thing we're about to do, okay? This line, okay, is telling JavaScript that when on this button user makes a click, it should trigger this function. And what are we going to do is getting the value from this input, yeah? Let's analyze it. This input has an ID called destination input. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to take the value from the destination input. And I will try to show it on an alert so we are sure we're working with the right value. Yeah? 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Okay? Yeah, allow, and whatever it's on the application. Okay? It works. Yeah, it truly works. Okay? I repeat. We're setting an on-click event to the button, okay? When the user clicks it, we're taking the value from the input. This is the button, okay? And this is the input, yeah? And we are making sure we have that value on there. This being said, now we have to calculate the route from the position we are at this moment, okay, to the destination. I will create a final function called render route that will receive the destination, okay, that the user has typed there. This is the last function we're about to make on this live coding event. So pay attention, okay? We're like 20 minutes, 10 minutes till the end. Nice. I will call it destination, yeah? Because, yeah, indeed, destination, okay? Because finally, this is where the user wants to go. So let's call it destination, okay? Whoa, let's do this. How can we render a route? To make this, we need an object that we will provide to Google Maps, okay? I used to call it route details, and this object should have 3 properties, okay? Destination, origin, and travel mode. Destination, we will place here, yeah, Madrid, for example. Don't worry, we will change it after, okay? Origin, Barcelona. Yeah, I know we want to go to this destination, okay? Not from Barcelona to Madrid, but yeah, this example will help you understand this from a basic side, okay? And then we will integrate the rest, okay? And a travel mode, yeah. Everything you can do on your Google Maps app, you can do it with the Google Maps API, just with code, okay? Driving, yeah, that's it. Driving, uppercase, yeah. With this route details object, I will be able to create inside a map, okay, a route. This means getting the details of the routes, and also it means to be able to render the route. First of all, we will need to get the details of the routes, okay? We will do this with the service, which is a Google Maps directions service, okay? This directions service, okay, it's the instance that will allow us to get a huge information object containing all the details of the route, okay? All the details. I will show you after, okay? Once we got this, we will make a root. Okay, the root needs the following arguments. First of all, the root details. I mean, Google Maps is asking us, yeah, you want to create a route, but first of all, I need the details. Here we're passing this object. And then we have a callback. With all the details of the route. It's quite easy. And I mean, this is deeply documented on the internet because, yeah, this is an universal API that millions of developers use. Okay, so I repeat, we're about to get the value from the input, okay? And we're passing it to a render root function. We're not making anything with this now. We will then do this, okay? We're creating a route details object with an origin Barcelona, destination Madrid, travel mode driving. And what are we doing with this? We're passing it to the root, okay? And let's see the Google Maps result. This is a super important moment of the live coding, so please pay attention. In 3, 2, 1. When I click on the calculate route button, as you know, okay, it is calling render route with the value that we're not making anything with this by the moment, okay? And we have in the console the result of the Google Maps API route details. This is a super huge object. I love this this object. Okay, it has a lot of useful information. For example, you have the routes, which is on the right, and from the first route you can find the first leg, where you will find the distance in both formats, value and text, all the steps one by one, including the distance, the time, even the instructions. I mean, when your Google Maps application says head southwest on Ronda de blah, 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 yeah, it's literally reading this info, okay? So this is a super important moment of the live coding because you have a lot of useful info that you can use it just to show it on the screen. This is not what we're about to do, okay? Or sending it or anything, okay? So this is the first thing we're gonna get from Google Maps API when we want to calculate a route. And we need this info not only to show it on our application, that's not the goal of the workshop, that's not the goal of the live coding, but yeah, we would be able to make anything we want with that information. But if we want to render the route, we need this information. How are we going to do it? With the final function. Well, first of all, sorry. We're going to place the destination. So it will be from Barcelona to the destination that comes from the input. 3, 2, 1. We will allow, okay? It will be from Barcelona, okay, to Bilbao, which is a super nice city in Spain. Calculate route. Oops, sorry. Here we have from Barcelona to Bilbao. You see, it's a different distance, it's a different duration, okay? So we have just taken the value from the input, okay, and we're passing it to the route details, okay? So this is the route we are creating, okay? And the thing is that we want the origin to be where we are now. We don't want all the time, we do not want all the time to go from Barcelona to the destination, but from where we are to the destination. And where are we, guys and girls? Here, just here, okay? Here we are, now we're okay, on this position, okay? We have used this position to center the map, but we also need to use this position, okay, to set it as the initial, as the origin from the root. So we will create another global variable, okay? And when Google Maps, and when the browser gives us the position, we will set this origin position as the current position. So we have this data available through all the application as is a public, a global variable. Yeah, and we will set it as the origin. 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Allow. And I want to go, okay, to Paris. Calculate. Current position is not defined. Current position, sorry. It's origin position. Origin position, yeah. 3, 2, 1. I'm allowing to take my position in Madrid, and I want to go to Paris. So here I have the details from where I am, okay, Madrid to Paris. And you can see here all the routes with the serial, with the legs, and yeah, it's from Ironhack to Paris. So this is almost done, okay? To finish with, we will render the route. I mean, what have we done here? What have we done? We have taken as the destination the input value. We have taken as the origin the location value, and as travel mode, driving. And we have all the details in the console log. I don't want to have the details there. What I really want to do is to render a map with route. So, or to render the route inside my map. So 3, 2, 1. We're going to pass to the final raw route function the result. I will receive it as a parameter called route data, okay? And this is quite simple, okay? To draw the route, we will need to work with the directions renderer. Here we have it. With it, we will be able to render any route, okay? In this case, what we will set are the directions of our route. And what we will do is set it to our map. Which is my map, the one that we were drawing at first, okay? And that's it. 3, 2, 1. Let's go from Madrid to Berlin. Here we are. Let's go from Madrid to, I don't know, Amsterdam. Here we are. And this is the final example. I know this could seem a lot of code, but it's not as hard as it sounds. If you are a bit experienced about JavaScript, this is a super nice application, and it's not that hard to develop it, okay? Let's make the final recap of it, okay? The final recap. First of all, we have rendered an initial map. Nothing to say in here, okay? We have my map variable, which is a new Google map, a new initial Google map. Second, we have taken the user location, right like the second example, like the last example, but just with one difference, okay? We are assigning the current position that Google Maps needs to a variable called origin position, because we will need it in the future to render our route. And the rest is exactly the same. To finish with, I did set event listeners to be able to catch the click on the button and take the value of the input. I'm sending the value as a parameter to the render route method, setting a nice object where the destination is where the user, what the user has typed. The origin is where we are and we want to drive. I have created a new service instance, creating a route with these details and drawing it on this function, which is using the last service. Direction service, okay, is the one that will give us the info, the data, we need it. But the directions renderer is the one that will allow us to render it, to draw it on a map, okay? We have set directions from the render with this data, and we have set this to this map. This is not magic, this is documentation. I just want to provide you of a live example, and I mean, we have made 3 different maps in less than 1 hour, okay? And what I want you to think is that, yeah, it's not that hard. If you feel interested about this, just explore, learn, experiment, make your own maps and have fun. Because this is one of the most wonderful APIs you can have. It's visual, yeah, and it's quite easy to use. Just start with a simple map. Remember that you will receive the codes from the 3 applications. Okay, so guys and girls, start with a simple map. Make your own basic map. Enjoy, have fun. Then, yeah, include your location. Try to understand it. Try to see how a location object is. And then finally, make your own routes. You can make anything you want with this API. And with this, I'm done.
Cool. Well, good to see that, and see that you could do it live as well. There were a few questions coming in, and I now introduce. I hope that a lot of people will ask questions right now as well. So it is fun nowadays to see how easy it is to do these things like Visual Studio Code and all these things, like giving the integration that you have and the browser developer tools. It's like, it's good to see that, like, debugging these bits is also very important to tell. I always hate these demos when everything works perfectly, and like I prepared this one for you and that one for you, and it's a weird thing. I also didn't know that you actually were able to style the maps accordingly like that. Back in the days, you had to use like Flash for that and like all kind of weird API things. The first question that I have is like, is there any way to cache results locally before you actually go over the limit that you have in a free tier of these APIs? Or is it something that you haven't encountered in just a small hack to do yourself?
Can you repeat that? I don't know if you're asking about the budget, the monthly budget.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, can you, when you're using a local host as your demo, for example, does that account to the local budget, or is it something that is
everything
actually
counts. Everything counts? But the thing is that this is quite intelligent how it's designed, because even though everything counts, it really is enough for you to develop for an entire month with the $300 free budget you have. But everything counts. Every single request made to Google Maps, every map which is rendered with their API, with their API, yeah, it counts, yeah.
So there's no way to do any mocking locally that you could get around that. But I mean, because we talked about that earlier offline. Okay, there is. Sorry.
There is. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen at this time.
Sure.
Yeah, I will share, because I can show it to you in just a second. Okay, just tell me when I am sharing my screen, which should be like now.
Yep.
Okay, let's go back to the first example, guys and girls. Okay, the basic map, this yellow human-made map. Okay, yeah, you can work for free if you don't include the key string. Let's take a look at what happens. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah, you have a map. Well, technically, you have a map. Yeah. Yeah, this is how Google handles this. I think it's clear enough. Okay. So, yeah, you can make free use of it, but you will have a not much nice map.
Okay. Other questions we had is like that when you use TypeScript, is there any other things you should think about rather than JavaScript? Is there something you need to do differently?
Not at all, not at all. You just have to adjust the syntax, okay, and just go ahead. No.
Okay. And the other question was we had about VS Code and how to set up if there's any, do you know any package that already or extension that already does Google Maps stuff for you that makes it shorter to have like shortcuts for all these things rather than having to write it by hand?
Sure, it will. I mean, and if it doesn't have it, then artificial intelligence it has. But the thing is that I don't use those things. I mean, I'm a teacher, okay? I teach code, and yeah, we could be using a lot of, let's say, extensions or comfortable resources to work faster where everything is done, but I want to create it by hand to show the audience how easy it is. I don't know if there's some kind of extension. I'm not sure about that, but if it's not, just ask ChatGPT to make a map and you will have a nice map in 2 seconds, yeah? But the thing is that how to create it manually, okay, and how to bring it to life.
One thing I found working with maps over the years is that the APIs are likely to change. You said like a few of the things that you have here didn't change in 4 years, but I think it's super important to always make sure that you're looking at the latest version of the API and rely only on things that have been around for quite a while. I remember there was a static map API that kind of vanished as well, because I loved that one because you could use it in emails and like that just rendered an image rather than like the tile map thing. And but there's a danger of like relying on a third-party API too much. In terms of if you want to take that further, just playing with it and putting it into a live product, what would be a tip that you could give people to make sure that you're not hitting the limits really fast?
Hitting the limit in terms of billing?
Yeah.
There's not a secret for that. Don't include your API on your customer. That's the only thing I want to tell you, okay? That's the only thing. Because that's a mistake I've done like a couple of times, and wow, you have to pay attention to that, okay? Just develop with your own API key, okay? And right in the moment you're going to deploy, right in the moment you're going to give that to your final customer, don't forget to change it. Otherwise, you will be charged. You will be charged for their loads. But there's not a trick to save bugs on Google Maps API. If 2,000 users load a map in a day, you will be charged for 2,000 renders, and that's it. Nothing else and nothing less, okay? So just be sure that your customer is paying for those 2,000 renders and not you.
So are you looking forward for people to contribute? Can people like put pull requests on your repo to make it better? Is it something that you're actively looking for? Or is it just like, here's the code, play with it yourself? Or are you looking forward to people showing you what they've done with the things you learned today?
Everything is okay, yeah? It depends on the knowledge. I'm sure we have some people here who are interested in JavaScript, in coding, in Google Maps with no idea at all. And they will just open the HTML of the browser, they will see their map and they will start playing a bit with the code. And yeah, that's fine. But we also have here, I'm sure, people with more experience, okay, who will be able to create better products or experiment with it. And I'm so happy to receive pull requests on the repo you will be provided. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Absolutely.
All right. I guess that's all we got time for. So we have to get you out and get the next speaker ready. So we'll be back in a second with the next talk. Thank you so much for this. Play with maps, play with Germán's code, and Ironhack is some place where you can see more of these things in the future, I guess. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
All right, that was kind of cut short, but okay. Yeah, you can apply for jobs in our market, but you can also just read our newsletter, find other things there, and hopefully you find a good job. And if you don't like your job, there's lots of jobs out there. So let's talk about that as well. So next up, we got Lucian. Lucian Immink, he's a developer advocate at IO, and he's going to talk about something that's very close to my heart, and that's Project Fugu, extending the web. So welcome, Lucian. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you, Chris. Thank you for having me. I'm actually doing. I'm doing well. I'm also very grateful that we can do this online because I'm totally down with the sickness at the moment. So sorry for my voice, but it's what I have at the moment. So yeah, but
Oh,
I'm looking forward to sharing my information regarding Project Fugu. So yeah, I'm glad to be here.
I'm really looking forward to that. I know you said you're not going to have much the whole time to actually give like a longer talk. You said it's going to be about half an hour of information, so it means like ask a lot of questions, and we will actually get Lucian to answer more questions for us. If you don't know about it, Project Fugu was basically the bit where we realized that that native mobile environments are much further ahead on the web in terms of like functionality that you can reach from JavaScript. And we needed to have that. I worked back then on Firefox OS, which was an operating system built in HTML5 that actually needed to access everything cool these mobile phones have for you. And there were no APIs for it. There was no standards for that. It was basically just a black hole, and we had no idea how to access these things. Now at Project Fugu, we had an accelerated way of doing that, because if just the W3C had started standardizing access to these devices, it would have been much slower. And over the years, we actually now made almost everything accessible on these phones from the web. And that comes with a lot of benefits. That also comes with a lot of problems. But I guess Lucian will be the person to talk more about these details. And now I hopefully didn't scare you too much. And I will hand over to you to tell people about how Project Fugu allows us to extend the web.
Yes. Well, thanks for spoiling my complete talk, but that's okay. All right, let me just get my slides and we'll get started. Let's see. It should be this one. Right. Please let me know if you can see my slides, because the only thing I see at the moment are my slides. But I guess you can see my slides. All right, Project Fugu. Well, Chris gave an awesome introduction to what it is. I will also give that introduction, but in using my words. But yeah, for those that want to know more about Project Fugu, but also want to read back on this presentation when I'm done, don't worry, you don't need to take any screenshots. I've got the URL here on the screen, project-fugu-presentation.netlify.app, and you can click through it on your own pace if you want to. So, Project Fugu. Like Chris said, there's something with mobile apps that can do more than web can do or could do. So, at the start, I'm always interested in who in my audience has any experience with doing some cross-platform applications, because I, from my own experience, have tried to build an application that I wanted to run not only on those mobile phones, but also on my desktop, so on Windows or Mac OS or Linux. And that becomes really, really difficult, because all those different operating systems have their own ways of using APIs, of using or allowing users to access certain parts of the operating system. And these terms would be familiar for you if you have done some cross-platform development before. Electron for desktop apps, React Native for both desktop apps and mobile apps, Cordova, Capacitor. And there's also a project where some of this started, and it was called PhoneGap. And the developer that started PhoneGap, he actually said, well, it would be awesome if this application or this framework becomes obsolete, because right now I have to show or create APIs, bridge APIs, to have JavaScript connect to my bridge that can then connect to the underlying API of the operating system. But if something changes, I have to change that for that API. And I have to make sure that new features are exposed to all the different platforms. But I'm not entirely even sure if that's all possible. But then again, that was the past. Because right now, I would say, well, if we do cross-platform application development, I would first start with a PWA, so a progressive web app. And a progressive web app is, well, the web, and then progressively enhanced to become more like an app. I'll get into that and how it works in a few minutes. And when I started with Project Fugu, when I read what it was about, this came to mind. What if we can just use the web platform for creating applications, and not just web applications or mobile applications or desktop applications, but all forms of applications? What if we can use web tooling to access all the different APIs that we need? Well, let's start with my name. Hello, my name is Luus Nimmink. I'm a software architect and developer advocate at I/O, and I'm also a Google developer expert in the web capabilities realm, where we explore Project Fugu. As a developer expert, I'm relatively close to Google in discussing what APIs are on the horizon, what are they exploring, what's coming up, how should it be done. I can do some experiments with upcoming APIs, and I'll come back to those in a few minutes. So let's go back to that cross-platform development, because cross-platform development is actually quite hard. And if I think about cross-platform development, I think about a framework that I need, and I need something to have an application run on both iOS and Android. I need to have something that also bridges that application gap if I also wanted to run it on Windows or Linux or a Mac. And if I look at the desktop applications, right now I'm thinking of stuff like Electron that helps me to create such an application. And what Electron does is it builds, or it contains its own Chromium web browser combined with a Node.js backend. So you can write JavaScript or TypeScript, compiled to JavaScript, for both server-side and client-side manipulations. So you have your UI in web, and you have your backend of your application in JavaScript using Node.js. But this also means that with every Electron application that you publish, you need to embed both Chromium and Node. And if there's something wrong with your Chromium version or with your Node version, you need to update your Electron version as well. What happens if an API becomes deprecated? Well, you then have to make the choice. Am I going to upgrade now, or do I postpone that and perhaps have a more difficult upgrade in the future? And for the mobile part, we have Capacitor. And Capacitor is the evolution of PhoneGap. So it provides the APIs. It provides an API bridge between JavaScript running in a web view on your mobile phone and the app's backend running in iOS native or Android native code. So you can still write JavaScript to call those APIs, and you still get a callback using JavaScript. So it's all from a developer's experience, both in Electron and Capacitor. You're talking with the language JavaScript to your APIs, which are then translated into the system's native. Talking about native, one of the other ways to do cross-platform development is using React Native, where you write JavaScript and have the React Native parser parse also parts of the UI to native code. While you're still communicating using JavaScript, all that JavaScript code is either translated to native code or is parsed by a JavaScript interpreter, which then turns it into the code that the mobile phone can use. So all three of them, and actually the fourth with PhoneGap and Cordova, all four of these do the same thing. We have our source files using web technology. So it's HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We have a framework, Electron, Capacitor, React Native, that translates those calls in JavaScript to and from native code. And there are so many more that are doing this. So for example, like I've said, if you build an Electron application, you bundle the complete Chromium framework, the complete Chromium app in it every time you package it, meaning that you start off with an application, even Hello World, is about 100 megabytes as a zip file, what you need to install. That's because you're bundling the complete Chromium application. So one of the projects that are trying to do that in a different way is called Tauri, where they rely on the web view that is installed on your device. So on your Windows desktop, you probably have some form of Edge nowadays that you can't uninstall. So you can probably use that, or you have a headless web view that you can use. And instead of relying on the bundled Electron or the bundled Chromium version, they proxy those calls to that native web view, meaning that your application, the overhead of your application is way less. So the install size is way smaller. The downside, which version is installed? And what if you want to use one of the newer CSS features like relative colors? Can you build an application that is using relative colors, which is only available since Chrome 1.19, and have that run anywhere? Well, probably no, because you don't know at the time when you're building it which version of the web view is installed. So you need to check that before. So you need to build in the checks. You need to bundle the polyfills. If you bundle your Chromium with your application like Electron does, you can rely on the version that is bundled, and you know at build time, or actually at develop time already, exactly what's in your Chromium and what's not. But in the end, all of these rely on the web. So can't we just use the web instead? This question has been asked, well, I think ever since Steve Jobs came on the stage when he introduced the iPhone, where the iPhone had a magnificent thought, and Steve actually, I think he said, you don't need an app store for this phone because it's based on the web. Well, nowadays, if there's any company that doesn't rely on the web or doesn't want the web to be so integrated in their operating system, it is Apple, because they now have a different way of making a lot of money, and that's called the App Store. But then again, what if? And what happened? Well, one of the things that happened is, before I get into that, this picture draws what I've just said regarding we have one source, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the left-hand side, where depending on our target, iOS, Android, macOS, Linux, we need to introduce one or multiple frameworks. And if you have multiple frameworks introduced, they might even have a slightly different API to call the exact same thing. So you might need to introduce all kinds of checks to make sure that your JavaScript, when it's run on Electron, doesn't mess up the JavaScript that is run on Cordova, for example. Right. So with that out of the way, going back to what if we can just use the web? What if we can just use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and be done with it? What do we need? Well, we need a browser that knows about these things. And back when Steve introduced the iPhone, the web didn't. The web relied on external applications to have fancy animations and to have 60 FPS animations to have the capabilities to get API calls without blocking the main thread. Yes, I'm talking about Flash. Flash. Old people talk about Flash, and my beard. I'm old. But that changed. And that changed because with the introduction of the iPhone and its popularity, access to Flash was removed from the browser because due to security reasons, Apple said, well, we don't want external applications to take over our web view. We don't want, if you go to a web view, if you go to an HTML page, it should render HTML and nothing else. That's when the browser vendors started to look at capabilities that were missing, like video, playing background audio, and that evolved into the progressive web app. Where with the progressive web app, it's possible to have a web application be more like an app, to have an app-like experience. And with that app-like experience, what is meant is that you can open the application without the need of being online. So some forms of offline were introduced. There's forms of getting asynchronous notifications. You don't have to open the app while receiving a notification, just like a normal app. And the boundaries of the PWA when it started are mostly surrounding, well, it needs to be web, so it needs to be HTML, CSS, JavaScript. It needs to be able to run offline, and you need to be able to open it without being in the browser. So have an icon on your springboard or have an icon in your drawer, depending on if it's iOS or Android. Having the capabilities to mimic an app with web. The PWA APIs gave us the meaning or gave us the capabilities to do just that. And what you see in this picture is that on the left-hand side, we have an application that uses what we call a service worker, which is it's actually just an internet proxy that you can program yourself or have specific strategies being applied to the service worker to either use your cache or the online version or a combination of both of them. What's not in the picture is the fact that with that service worker and what I've just said regarding the notifications, that there's also a background service running to receive the push notification in order to give you a UI mobile native or desktop native notification regarding the website or the web application that you're on or were on or that you have installed in the past somewhere and you forgot about. This is all based on web. So all that you need to install for the PWA is a browser that's capable of showing PWAs. And in 2023, that's all browsers. So a progressive web app brings offline and app-like experiences to the web. And that's not where the browser vendors stopped, because those are just regarding the networking. It's regarding the offline experience, but it's not regarding all the capabilities that a mobile phone or a desktop system has. You're still bound to what's normal for the web. With Project Fugu, the browsers are trying to make sure that you can do more. And what do I mean with more? Well, I'll give you a lot of examples in a few minutes time. But think about, for example, I want to access the contacts on somebody's phone. Think about what you want to do before doing it, because we always need to make sure that we still live by the web tenants. Who's working on Project Fugu? Project Fugu, well, Thomas Steiner, who is a Googler working on Project Fugu. When I asked him, he said, well, it's Microsoft, Samsung, Intel, Electron, and Google. Those are the big names. There are a few smaller companies that are also working on it, but from the big ones, these are the ones that are working on it. Who's missing? Maybe a few are missing. Actually, if we look at browser vendors, we see that Microsoft, Samsung, and Google are involved, but Firefox and Apple are not. Why is it called Project Fugu? Maybe this should have been my first slide, but I didn't. I wanted to talk about where it came from first before diving into what Project Fugu actually is. But Project Fugu is called Project Fugu because it's they're trying to do things that they really need to think about. Because if you violate the core tenets of the web, the entire project could backfire. And what do we mean with the core tenets of the web? The core tenets of the web are about trust. If we don't trust the website, we don't install it. It's privacy. Without HTTPS, so without a secure line between us and the server, something like a PWA will never work. That's prohibited from working on a non-encrypted line. So for all the things, for all the APIs that are added due to Project Fugu, trust and privacy are very important, and also security. So we have these three things: trust, privacy, security, that go into every thought of the Project Fugu APIs, because if we break any of these, it's the end of Project Fugu, and it might even be the end of that browser. Because once it's out there that one of these browsers, wow, yeah, I've installed it and it just pushed all kinds of notifications to me without me having to trust the website to do that. Yeah, I'm not installing the browser anymore, or I'll use it to download another browser. In basics, what Project Fugu is a set of APIs that act as an abstraction layer between the native APIs and the web. Lucien, that's exactly what you've been talking about when you were talking about Electron and Tauri and Cordova. Yes, but the main difference is that it's built into your browser. So the main difference here between Electron and Cordova and React Native is that you don't have to install anything else except the browser. So what you do as a developer is you call the web API, for example, navigator.share. That's passed to your browser. And your browser has the implementations to know exactly what it needs to do in order to have that share functionality on Android, Windows, macOS, and all the other browsers and all the other operating systems. So in the end, what you have to do is know the web API. How that's handled, that's what Google or Microsoft has done for you. So the main difference is you don't have to install anything except for that browser that you're already running. And it has all the implementations, not just for mobile, but also for desktop. So it's almost what Java started out saying when they started their journey on being a programming language next to being an island. And Java or Sun in that time said it's write once, run anywhere. Well, in the end, I have a refrigerator. At the moment, I have a refrigerator that runs web. So if there's anything that can be write once, run anywhere, it's web. Right. So what happens to how is a new API added to Project Fugu? Because there are a lot of APIs, and some of them, well, I didn't even knew that there was any need for it, but there's always a need. Because that's the first thing that the browser vendor does. It identifies the need, so it listens to us developers. It listens to their users. You can, for example, go to GitHub and write the need for a new API. I want to have access to my volume buttons. Okay, well, why do you need access to your volume buttons? Yeah, I want to use the volume buttons, for example, in a game as left and right. Well, okay, that sounds reasonable. What the browser vendor does then is they write an explainer explaining what our need as a developer was. So we wanted those buttons to be programmable. They write an explainer and get feedback from us, feedback from people that are involved with writing stuff for the web, with everyone that wants to be involved with that API. So again, you can join on GitHub to get involved in that discussion regarding that new API. Once the explainer is completely is okay, people say, oh yeah, this is what I want. Yes, it's that's if we can build this as an API, this is what I want to use. So this and also this is the form how I want to use it. Then the spec is written, and once the spec is written, it can become a part of the browser. First, behind the flag that's in the Canary browser that you can unflag or flag accordingly in your settings. Then at some point the flag will be removed and it will become a part of the baseline of the browser again in Canary, and then in the dev version, and then perhaps even in the formal stable version. So in the end, these are the steps that need to be done for any of these APIs. And during the identification of the need, during the explainer phase, during the feedback phase, and during the spec phase, those web tenants are taken into account. So it needs to be secure, it needs to adhere to our privacy rules, and it needs to be safe to use. So let's look at some features that are already released that you can use today. And the first two that I want to show are two that are, well, at one hand quite obvious. Well, if I say one of the APIs that I'm going to show is Bluetooth, well, that's obvious what it does, right? So you can access your Bluetooth devices, apparently. Well, yes, that's exactly what you can. You can access, you can even program, depending on the Bluetooth device or the USB device, you can access or program anything. So the APIs that I'm going to show are quite low level, meaning that yes, you can access your Bluetooth device using web technology. If you want to really use it, you probably still need to know about how to program and how to interact with the Bluetooth device. For some of the devices, there's an abstraction layer built on top of web USB and web Bluetooth to make sure that you can just interact more easily using an extra API or an SDK. But the base is the low-level access to your devices. So USB, for example, and in this example, I've taken the steps that you need to do in order to get data from an Arduino USB board. And the first thing that you'll see is that we have a navigator object, which has been extended with the USB object that has a function called request device. Well, in the end, I know which vendor ID I want to target. So what you can do here is you can filter on the vendor ID that is attached. So what this will do on your device in native code is find a USB device that has this vendor as their vendor ID. If not, it's skipped. So you can also do, you can also query your devices to make sure that it's attached before doing, before you request it. But what you'll see is that in the end, it's quite low level code that you're writing. So you have you need to know about the configuration, you need to know about the interface that you're claiming, you need to know about the control transfers that you're doing, you need to know about a transfer in and a transfer out, so you can send data and receive data. But what are you receiving? Low level bytes. Okay, so you're waiting for 64 bytes of data, and then you parse that into text. So, well, if it is text, but again, you have the capabilities of using USB straight from your browser. The same goes for Bluetooth. And the reasons why I'm showing these is that you'll see that the APIs themselves are truly web APIs, in this case based on promises. It's a promise to get that device. Once it has the device that has a battery sensor in its services list, it will return that device. Then you can connect to that device. Then you can get the service, sorry. Then you can get the characteristics. And in the end, read that value. And that value, again, is low-level data. So you probably need to parse it. Depending on the documentation that you have and depending on the knowledge that you have about either USB or Bluetooth, this opens a world of possibilities, of course. More, well, easier example is the asynchronous clipboard. We have clipboard access in web since, well, whenever it started. But it has always been blocking access, meaning that if you copy and paste something, it will block the main thread while reading and writing to the clipboard. This is not that practical if you have a lot of things in your clipboard, like a complete video or a big image from your mobile phone that you want to copy paste. Well, with the async clipboard access, you can, because it gets its own thread to do the copy and pasting. And what you see on the screen now is that at the moment I can write to my clipboard, but I can't read anything that's in the clipboard. So if I have my text that I want to copy, hello developers, I can copy it. So copy, and it says the text is copied. But if I then remove it and want to paste it, not using my keyboard shortcut, because that's not using the web clipboard access, but using a button in my web page, so the paste button, it is going to ask me, hello, this website wants to share clipboard information. It can see text and images that are copied to the clipboard because that's what we're doing. And here we have those tenants in place. This API will only work on an HTTPS encrypted connection. This will access your local clipboard. So it will first ask, and it's best practice to ask when you need it, not when you load your page, but to ask, am I allowed to gain access to your clipboard? And if I say yes, it's allowed, it will paste the contents in the text area. And you see that it's now changed to have read capabilities as well. So you can check in the UI if you have read capabilities, and if you don't, request access. And once you have access, you can use it. In the UI of the browser, you now also see that this website has clipboard access. Clipboard read access is allowed. You can always remove it. You can always block it, or you can remove it. And once I removed it and I go back to my page, it says, oh, sorry, I don't have access anymore. So if I remove this and try to paste it again, I get that question again, am I allowed to get access to your clipboard? Oh, that's cool. And if I don't give access, well, then it's not pasted. And I can give a toast informing the user that, well, I do need access to your clipboard if I want to get anything from your clipboard. Badging is also one of the APIs that has been released, and again, showing mostly that it's a web API. So it's again on the navigator object, and we can set or clear using promises, set or clear a batch count. So for a batch count, for example, as shown in the screenshot, is the 8 unread X tweets. Yeah, let's just call them tweets or X's. Tweets. It's an old screenshot, or is it? One of the cooler and one of the APIs that I actually use almost on a daily basis with some of my clients is the OTP access, so the one-time code access, where you can now send an SMS or have an SMS have a one-time code that you need to input. Well, you can grab you can grab the contents of the SMS, and if the contents is an OTP, use that and return that, and the API will return that value to you, so you can put it into your input automatically. And this is only done if that SMS, and if it's an SMS in this case, because we've said that the transport needs to be an SMS, but if that SMS contains an OTP. If it's something else, or if it's an OTP which is not in one of the default formats, it won't return the value of the SMS. Again, the web tenants, it needs to be secure, safe, and private. We can also get access to the local fonts. So when the web started, there were 8 or 12 fonts to choose for every single page that you build. Then came the capabilities of the web fonts. You can send your font in a file, hundreds of kilobytes, and you only use 2 or 3 characters of that font, for example. Only to come to the conclusion that that font was already available because you're using one of the installed fonts on that computer. But what if you can query if that font is installed and then decide if you want to use your web font or your locally installed fonts? This can be handy. It can also be tricky. Why? Because if I know that my corporate font is installed on that machine, I can almost assume that it's a computer from my company, meaning that I can fingerprint it down to every single laptop in my company. But it is still safe, it is still secure, and it is still private, but it can be used for other things. So think about that when you're using these kinds of APIs. The cool API is the File System Access API, where you can actually, instead of uploading your file to a server, open the file, the local file, in the browser. So what in this case will happen is that you don't upload anything. You upload it to the browser's memory, or have the browser gain access to your file so it can read from your disk. You can also write it back. And if you want to see a very cool example of this, well, my colleague Dave has written an awesome article about this one, by the way. All the articles that I've posted here, the underlined links are clickable if you open the presentation and go directly to the specifications of that API. But one of the cooler applications that are built using this local file system access API is the new Photoshop Online. You don't upload your photo to Photoshop or to Adobe, where they have it opened on their system and then send back, this is the contents of your file. No, it never leaves your system. It stays on your computer. So it actually is quite transparent in what it does. With the contact picker, you can open those local contacts that are stored on your phone or desktop device, where you have to specify which parts of that contact do I want to have returned. So the name, email, telephone, address, icon. If it's not in your list, it will not be returned. But if it's in your list and the user has accepted that your website wants access to their contacts, you can get a list of their contacts displayed on your website. And there are so many more APIs that are already available. At the end of the presentation, I'll share a link where you can see which APIs are already present that you can use if your browser supports them. Briefly, I'll also go over some of the upcoming features. So these are features that are being actively developed. So there is a need for them and they are being developed right now. One of them, for example, is the ambient light sensor API. So if, for example, you have a Mac that has an ambient light sensor, you can interact with that in your website. So if the surrounding lights are low you can have dark mode enabled on your website, and if the lights are higher than the threshold, switch automatically to the light mode, for example. The borderless mode is also very interesting, of course, because right now every single browser is has a rectangular shape. You can't do anything about it. With the borderless mode, you can make, or well, mimic other shapes by having a transparent browser with, well, a very odd shape if you want to. And there was a need. People asked for this, so they started working on it. Also, what's in the works is App Store payment support. Wow. So you have a TWA, a trusted web application, which is a small placeholder for your PWA in the Google Play Store. And with that TWA, you have your store presence. So that also means that you can do store payments. So having the payment system of Google Play for your application while you're still only running in web software. That's amazing. A splash screen API for when you have the need to show a splash screen or have a different splash screen than the icon that is shown now. Gamepad button and access events. If you have your DualShock gamepad controllers and you want access to that as well, or to the if you want access to the access events, pun intended. And there's so many more. There are also a few that are still under consideration. Some of them might make it, some of them may not make it, like access to common libraries. By this, they mean, let's say that you have FFmpeg installed on your computer. Let's use that. Don't install the web version using a WebAssembly or use that version. No, let's use the installed version of that library. Can be quite tricky or scary. An app menu API for installed PWA, so that you have your right mouse button on Windows, for example, to have the context menu. Do you want to have access to being able to detect that a screenshot is being made on your app? Some people want that. Same goes for, let's implement the call dialer and answering and control APIs, so that you can dial a number from your website. Again, needs to be safe, secure, and privacy needs to be adhered. The face detection API, and many more. Wrapping things up. I said it would be about half an hour, and I lied. It's 3/4 of an hour, but hopefully you're still here, and hopefully I've shown you a few things that you might have seen or might have not seen before. What Project Fugu is about. Project Fugu is extending the web using just web technology, and that's very important. It extends the browser's capabilities, so you don't have to install anything else. It's all in your browser, using those 3 core web tenets that I have been talking about. It needs to be secure, it needs to adhere to privacy. And this runs on all the platforms where you can install that said browser. Now again, of course, this is only if it's supported. Safari doesn't have all these APIs included. Firefox doesn't have all these APIs included. So if you want to have something that runs anywhere, and I mean anywhere as in on any browsers, you need to first check, is that API available? So if you want to get started, you can go to fugu-tracker.web.app to see a list of all the things that are in Fugu at the moment that are being worked on or have been shipped. You can go to my company's Tech Hub, where we have multiple articles regarding Fugu technologies. And if you want to know how Fugu your browser is, you should actually go to howfuguismybrowser.dev, and it will show you in a percentage all the APIs that are available. These are the ones that you have enabled for your device or don't. And if you want to check this presentation again in your own speed, like I've said, you can do that. The only thing that you need to remember is project-fugu-presentation.netlify.app, and you can click through it in your own pace. And with that, I'd like to thank you. And yeah, hit me up if you want to know more about Project Fugu or perhaps something else. And yeah, with this, again, I'd like to thank you very, very much.
All right. That was great. So we didn't have the half hour. You had more to say, so that was quite fun. It is so fun to see these things come together over the years. And of course, we have the same problem again that we had in the past, that some browsers don't do it, other browsers do it. And my bigger problem is like the adoption rate with developers. When I was part of the Fugu group, and I was part in Microsoft and before that in Mozilla, we created all these things. And then we realized the only people who actually use it are people that try to find security holes and attack people, like you said, with fingerprinting.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a reluctance from developers to actually play with these bleeding edge technologies, or do you think it's just a matter of like that people don't have time and have a job to do?
I think in the end, it's a bit of both. And let's start with the last one. People have a job to do. If not all the vendors are on board, it's quite difficult to do that job with Fugu technology. Because in a lot of applications that we're trying to build, we can't neglect iOS. It's simply too big of a player to just leave out, and why should you? But that also means, and looking back at, for example, PWAs, it meant that actually using a PWA for an application that wanted to do push notifications, you couldn't do that with a PWA until 2022.
Yeah.
So that's, of course, a reason why a lot of developers are reluctant to give it a go, because, oh, wow, this is awesome. I can use that. Yeah, well, for my own hobby project, but I can't use it in my day-to-day work because one or multiple platforms aren't supporting this as much as needed.
I really enjoyed the way you said, like, ask when you need to do it, because the other problem that I see with a lot of these functionalities, when I talk to mobile developers, basically push notifications is a great point. They basically said like push notifications are a showstopper if they're not supported, because it's the only way how we can make things viral, how we can make our app be useful, because it runs in the background. But of course, when something runs in the background, it also records in the background, and there's again privacy issues with that. Yeah. So it is always the when we talked about push notifications, I predicted that that's going to be the next pop-up. We had pop-ups in window open in 1997 or something, and then every browser had a pop-up blocker. And then basically because it was so annoying, and now it's the same thing. Every bloody website asks me to do push notifications. Although I just read I haven't even read the article yet.
No, exactly. That's and the same goes for location. And it's so super tricky. Why the hell does a website that I don't trust yet want to know my location, and for what reason? And in the end,
ads, advertising.
Yeah, no. From the native, the naive developer's perspective, it's for example what we've just been what Germán showed us with Maps, having a Google Maps integrated into your website, and then Google Maps wants to know your location, because, well, then we can center on your location. And yes, ads, but evil words. Don't know.
Then again, I mean, I've got my VPN running. I've got a different location every half hour. So, like, I mean, yeah, there's ways around that, but it's super annoying. The other thing, also, the pasteboard API was something that I really got my head around, because I was like, it's so useful if you write a proper app, a web app, that you need copy and paste. I hate that most websites only allow me an upload button. Like LinkedIn is one of those that super annoys me. Like, you cannot paste an image into LinkedIn. You have to upload an image into the thing. And that might be a security thing that they needed to do, but I feel it just is a disservice to our end users. Everything, if you allow upload, you should upload paste, you should upload drag and drop, you should upload with a button. These are the things that progressively enhancing an upload button should do in 2023. But then the pasteboard API was a security problem. People basically flooded it with malware content or all kind of like XSS kind of stuff. So we had to make developers or end users aware that their pasteboard has been changed. But the problem is, do you think that the web still has a bad reputation for complexity because of that? Because we have to ask people all the time, whereas like a native app does it on install and then never asks people again?
Yeah. Yes. That's I think one of the bigger problems that the web has in order to catch up with app, or that might even be turned around, because what apps used to do was just have a small list of 2-3 things. Yeah, we need access. Everyone gave access without even thinking about it. The other way around is that on the web, you have to give access to specific points when when the programmer decided that it's needed. So please, again, don't do that on page load, but only when it's really needed, so that the person that opens your application knows, wait, now it needs access to my clipboard because I'm going to do something with that clipboard, and not on page load, because you never need access on page load for the clipboard. That aside, if we look at what apps need to adhere to today, that list is quite more extensive. And both in the App Store and in the Play Store, you need to be far more fine-grained about what you need. So apps are, in that sort of way, leveling the play field already a bit. And on the other hand, I still think that with that core tenants, like, it needs to be on an HTTPS connection. I know from the web, at least, that I am on a secure connection. I can't say the same for an app. I have to trust someone that maybe draw a small padlock that says, well, now we're secure. Look, it has a small padlock.
But as browsers, we removed that padlock because it gave people a false sense of security. That's the other problem. Like, it just, there's no way of helping. I think another interesting one is like all of these APIs are post like jQuery kind of like world APIs. They're all using promises. They're all using HTTPS. So whereas like a Twitter share button or a Facebook share button or a LinkedIn share button is like, copy this random JavaScript into your page and you get a button, and please trust us because it's secure. So do you think that's another problem, that these APIs are using very much newer technology of the web? So like the day-to-day developers that just want to have a share button have no idea how a promise works, or is this something that I'm thinking too badly of developers?
Ooh, that's for the audience to decide. I would say, well, that is one of the things with the web. Once it's shipped, it's shipped. So that old Twitter share button that uses jQuery and injected 700 kilobytes of random crap into your page still works. So once it's in your web page, why should I remove it? Well, I have to now, because I need to change my logos of the Twitter bird to the X because reasons.
No, you don't.
And that's something that, for example, it's not only about developers, of course. This is also about business. So what's the business value by changing it to the new native APIs if it already works?
Yeah, and that's the other issue, of course. I mean, these companies loved having you putting their JavaScript in there because they can track every page that way as well. Like, if you ever wondered why you get random ads in Facebook, it's because this blog that you went to had a Facebook share button on it, and you basically saw that blog, and that's why you get these random things offered to you. So but it's interesting because I love the share API because it extends to almost everything. There's so many dead buttons on the web of like Blogger or like, I don't know, Delicious, and like all these old things that don't exist any longer. Whereas with the share API, you become much more open to anything that share to.
Oh yeah, and again, fully integrated into the device of the user. If the user doesn't use Twitter, there is no share to Twitter button available, because you can't share it to Twitter. You can share it with what's installed, with what is compatible with the share API itself from your device. And so from an integration perspective, I really applaud the share API, for example. But from a business perspective, I can totally understand why not everyone is that happy about it. And of course, that's also what I said regarding the whole, well, not the whole absence. Apple is doing a lot for web, of course, but they are also quite reluctant in getting everything in, because we're talking about a lot of money that they might lose if people don't install their apps or install a app via the App Store. And maybe they need to, due to regulations, and maybe that will help to speed up the processes of Project Fugu on an iOS device. But until that time,
Yeah, I think there's also there's the openness from the beginning. I mean, there's lots of people in WebKit that work in Apple, and there's lots of open source fans in Apple as well. But the business decisions are another thing. Same with Google. I mean, Google had to fight Android internally for the Apple's for the PWA story, because app stores make money. They don't scale. They don't make any sense. I think the every time I had to build an app store, it was like, there's not enough apps in there. Let's allow any app in there. And then people say like, oh, we have too many apps. We can't search them anymore. So let the user decide. But the business model is there. So I think that's the problem with it. Yep. An interesting aspect of Project Fugu that I found as well is that it allows us to look at the standards of things. Niels Lehnherr does a lot of great talks about how to use Web USB and Web Bluetooth as well. And when he basically looked deeper into USB standards and Bluetooth standards, it's a complete and utter mess.
Yeah.
We think it's so easy to do these kind of things, and it says universal serial bus, but it's not universal at all. There's like lots of confusion going on there. So I love that you also pointed out that Fugu is extensible, so you can actually go to GitHub and just do a request and say like, I need this functionality. One thing I think that hasn't been cracked yet has been company cards. You know, like these extensions when you actually have to put your company card into the laptop to basically access something. We cannot do that in Fugu or anything yet, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Let's call Thomas. Maybe he knows.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to interview him soon anyways for Coffee with Developers. He's a good friend of mine, and he's very exciting as well. I mean, when you talked about Flash earlier, I just did an interview with Rob Bateman, who does like a platform that allows you to convert Swift files into technology that now runs on computers, because there's so many old school things that were not there. And yeah, Flash was the first one to allow you to access your camera without any question asked. Yep. So there was a lot of like cool tools to, I don't know, turn yourself into something else live in the thing. And yeah, it was because it was a plugin in the browser. Do you think we need companies to be more daring in their using Fugu instead of just using a native thing? I'm looking at Google, like who are the Project Fugu people. At the same time, Google Docs always tells me to install an extension to do copy and paste. Why?
Because it's built before it became an API in the browser. Probably. The development goes so fast. The things that we weren't capable of doing 2 weeks ago are old news today, and maybe even obsolete tomorrow. And you need to have a dedicated team on your application if you want to keep up with everything that is happening. And what's the business value in that? That will be my thing. From a hobby perspective, in my spare time, I write my own music player because, well, why not? There are not too many. There's no such thing as too many music players. So I built my own music player, and there that's my playground for anything, also Fugu related, but anything, all the new CSS things that are up and coming and are or just released, like relative colors. Oh man. The amounts of JavaScript that I could just remove because we now have relative colors in CSS is amazing. Can I use that in my day-to-day work? Probably Yes, but it doesn't add anything. But can I play with it if I have my own playground where I can, well, develop myself? Yes, certainly. I would applaud anyone to pick up the keyboard and think of something that you want to develop, not something that you need or something that you must, but something that you want. And in
All
that
right.
and then you can experiment also with all the APIs and with is in my case Electron or Tauri a better solution than PWA and Project Fugu is. The only way to really find out is also to experiment with it.
All right, we are out of time, and
All right.
now we talked even longer than we needed to. So I thank you very much, Lucian, and
No, thank you.
you had all the contact details there. People will have questions for you, so hopefully play around. And yeah, I can only subscribe to that as well. Like nobody can stop you from doing random stuff on your blog and do random stuff on your own machine. So play with it when you can. You will get barriers in your day-to-day job anyways, but if you want to be super creative, just be super creative. Nobody can stop you, and Project Fugu is a great opportunity to do that. Thanks very much again, and now we're handing over to the next speaker.
All right.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Ines Akrap, and I'm very excited about that because it's about performance. We're going to talk about Core Web Vitals, which is another one of those things that you wonder about, and it sounds like something important, but it feels also very hard to understand at times. So Ines, how are you doing? And she's black.
I'm unmuted.
You're not muted, but I can't see your camera yet. I can see it in the preview, but I can't see in the live thing yet. Maybe there's a delay.
Yeah, I can see myself on the stage. So,
all right.
Yeah. Can
Hopefully,
you see
me? On the backstage I can, but I can't see you on the thing. But hopefully that might be just a preview that we have here. Well, in any case, it's great to have you here. You're a web performance engineer at Cognizant NetCentric.
Yes.
That's like NetCentric is the parent company, Cognizant is the smaller company, or how does that work?
Cognizant is the parent company, NetCentric is the smaller company. So it's been quite some years now. But yeah, at some point the acquisition happened. So now we're part of the bigger team. And I actually have a small web performance team, which is a kind of company inside of a company inside of a company.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it's like one of those like Russian dolls kind of things.
Oh, yeah,
like, yeah. So you're going to talk to us today about the Core Web Vitals and what you need to know about them. What really drives me crazy about that is I'm a person that hates acronyms.
Oh, okay.
You know, like when you get these like LCP and like first contentful page, kind of like, I mean, it's like you need a thesaurus just to understand the system, seems to me. But hopefully somebody like you can help me with that and make it much more palpable and understandable. So without further ado, I guess you are ready to go. And I would love to hear from you what you can tell us about Core Web Vitals. And hopefully people will learn something from it and I can grill you afterwards, and people can ask questions while it's happening. So over you go, Ines.
Thank you. So just a quick note. So if you don't like 3 letters acronym web performance, expertise part is not for you. So web performance is all about 3 letter acronyms. I think it's like a running joke inside of a community in general. So yeah, but yeah, today I'm actually here to talk about Core Web Vitals. So before we take a deep dive inside of this, I would actually give you a first small task. So I would like to close your eyes and go slightly back in time to the times that we commuted every single day. And imagine that commute you had. So some of us went to university, some to work. So a few years back, we had this regular commute every day. So I want you to think about this just for a second. So first part would be, imagine yourself leaving the door. No, you're leaving your flat, you're leaving house, whatever, you're leaving your door. And what happens? How are you going there? Are you taking your car? Are you walking, taking a bike, a metro maybe? What are you doing? Do you always take the same route? So once you exit, do you take a left or a right? Do you always take this one? And what's your experience of this? Is it always a rush hour, or do you have time? Are you the person who kind of just goes straight there, or do you kind of stop in a shop, buy coffee and a bagel? And is there some street that you try to avoid? Okay. So what is your experience? I'm going to take a wild guess and say, as everything in a web, it depends, doesn't it? So it depends if you're driving, if all the lights were green or if they were red. It depends if the metro came in time or you had to wait for an hour on a pouring rain. It depends on a rain or snow or ice that I have here outside right now. So it depends on a lot of things like this. So navigating a web for me kind of feels like navigating a city, only on a much, much larger scale. So we have to pass through some website in order to get to some other websites and to get what we're trying to achieve, to get this piece of information, to buy something or to book that holiday you really, really need because the weather outside is terrible. So how we usually start this, it's through our virtual front door, which is usually a search, probably Google, depending, everyone has its own. And we enter some keywords, and suddenly there's many, many pages of the results. We click one of these, and it's so amazing how fast it is, how fast we get these results. And this compares very well to my garage door that takes around, 5 minutes to open, and it gets the frustrating part straight away. So we wouldn't really want this few minutes to translate into the Google search. Imagine having to wait a Google search to give you results like for 2-3 minutes. So you're skimming these pages, you decide to click on a link, and whoa, a loader. It kind of translates to taking a corner and seeing this huge line of cars waiting on a traffic light because there is a construction site. So depending if you have to make your 8 o'clock appointment or not, you're going to be more or less frustrated. But there is a lot of frustration in waiting, and we're in 21st century, so we don't really like to wait these days. So the longer the user has to wait for something, the worse experience it usually is. So speed of the website directly affects the user journey, the user experience. And we would like to make every single user journey the best one that we possibly can. So hi, as Chris already announced, my name is Ines. I'm a web performance engineer. I'm also a Google developer expert for web technology, for web performance. And today, I would like to talk to you about improving the user experience, improving the user journeys, and putting a number on that, which is core web vitals. So over years, web performance community, which is led by Google, has kind of been providing a numbers of different tools that we can use to measure and optimize the site for great user experience. However, web performance is the type of a field that can get overwhelming very fast. And trust me on this, like I was a front-end developer, I was always interested in this part of networking, and also my master's degree is in telecommunication. So this kind of networking part was always very interesting for me. And on top of that, I'm a huge rage clicker. I don't like waiting. So if something's not opening, I'm gonna, as much as I know what's happening, I'm gonna like click that button as much as I can. So this kind of was this progression that made me leave, made me come to web performance. And luckily, I get to do this full time now. So with this field being quite overwhelming in general, this was the guiding thought that Google had, thinking about, this shouldn't be that hard for people to understand, because if we want to fix it, this was a battle we had for years. We wanted to fix this. However, there was we were not getting as importance. People were not understanding the importance until, my personal feeling is, until the core web vitals came along. So a few years back, Google kind of thought about this and thought, okay, we want to make this easy to read for everyone, not just web performance experts. We want to make it easier for product owners, for of course, every regular developer, not specialized in this topic, as well as anyone in between in this process. So what they did is they introduced the 3 core metrics that would, in theory, reflect how the users are experiencing the websites. And these three metrics are core web vitals. So core web vitals, in a nutshell, are the metrics that are trying to put a number on user experience. We currently have 3 of these. So as well, as Chris already mentioned, 3-letter acronyms is going to be a lot of this today. Largest contentful paint, which describes loading process, LCP, cumulative layout shift, CLS, which describes visual stability of the page, as well as the first input delay, which describes the interactivity of a page. These, as I already mentioned, are trying to measure user experience, and that's a very hard thing to do. So these metrics are also always evolving. They're quite new. It's just been a few years that they're out there. Google always accepts feedback. And actually, first big step that we see towards this type of work is that FID will be replaced with interaction to next page, or IMP, in March next year. So collecting a lot of these information from people working on web performance, from users, from everyone using these metrics, Google decided to go for this change. And I will talk about this a bit later. So let's see how this kind of transfer into the website. When we put ourselves in a position of a user, you can see here a film strip of a website loading. So as a user, you navigate, you click, you put something inside of the search bar, and is it happening? Is it me? Is it you? Why is it blank? What's wrong? This is the first question you're usually going to have as a user. And this is actually the metric that will show this is the first contentful paint. This metric is not a core web vital. However, it's very useful in order to debug this part of the loading process. So after something starts to happening, as you can see here, the header is coming in. Is it something useful? I want something. I came on this website for some reason. So I want to see this useful thing. And this is where the LCP, or largest contentful paint, comes into place. So it's showing us, it's usually an image. It can be as well a block of text, but it's usually something that has a value that will provide user with some contentful, with some meaning. And then the last but not least part of our browsing, is it usable? I want to click on this. I want to go somewhere. I want to do something. And this is the part as well that's been described and measured by first input delay at the moment. And it, of course, will be replaced by interaction to next pane quite soon. So now that we know how they kind of address this loading, important part to see is like, are they any good? So most of you probably work on some websites, or you have your personal website. So core web vitals will give us this metric. However, is it good? Like, do we even need to do some of the strategies? So probably if you have it really good, you can just drop right now. However, I always say that the websites are living, breathing organisms. So even though if your core web vitals are super good right now, this can change over time, especially on the big systems where we have many, many people contributing, especially when it comes to content and all that. So measuring this and keeping it continuous is very important to keep a good user experience. There is 2 possible ways to measure. We have a field data and a lab data. Field data answering the question, is there a problem? While lab data answers the question, how we can fix this problem. So field data is usually referred as the RUM data, 3-letter acronyms again, real user monitoring. This is a real-time user performance of all URLs. So how it works, it's usually you install a very, very small script. So these tools are usually made by web performance experts. So this script is very performant, very small. And this script is called Collector. It collects all the data. So basically like Google Analytics, it collects data from the website. And of course, it sends it towards the infrastructure, then later can display it in the different types of dashboards and allow us to analyze this data. So this data is limited. So we usually use only web performance data, such as core web vitals, times to first byte, and similar. However, there is a big variety. So we can check the real user experience. We can see what type of network, device, browser our user had. And this is something that's very, very valuable information to know how to optimize, and also like where to actually optimize. The tools for doing this usually, so the ones I mentioned with the collector script and all, are tools such as SpeedCurve, RumVision, Debug Bear, as well as some of these kind of bigger players, such as Cloudflare has quite recent. I found it actually in my Cloudflare pages. There's the Browser Insights, as well as Akamai and Pulse. I think New Relic has its own. So many of these tools have their own real user monitoring, of course, what front-end part. And there is also one that it's also very, very useful, which is Chrome User Experience Report. So the difference between these is that, as I already mentioned, these down, so from SpeedCurve RUM Vision, so these RUM tools, they have to be installed. They have this collector script. Chrome User Experience Report is real user data collected from Chrome users. So when you accept those policies, you may or may not give access to your browsing data to Chrome. However, this is very, very useful because it's not concerning any privacy issues, and it gives us the opportunity to optimize it for this exact case. So Chrome User Experience Reports shows the Chrome users' data coming from the field. Lab data, it's actually triggered by a computer, and it usually works on a single URL. There is a very rich data that we get, screenshots, waterfalls, traces, all of those like crazy stuff that you can sometimes see in these reports. And it allows us to emulate any type of device. And it usually works that we emulate a very old device on a very slow connection to get the worst results possible. And this is actually where the issue comes in this. So using lab data to try to find a problem comes to the point where we're maybe over-optimizing. Why? Because if we're emulating this old devices the whole time, what's going to happen is that we will not have a real picture because our user most probably have quite some good devices. So this is why it's much better to use real user in order to see if there is a problem, to detect what to fix, and then of course lab to dig deeper and see actually like how to fix this specific URL. Most famous one, of course, that you most probably all have used, it's Lighthouse. So Lighthouse, this is also a very debatable thing right now in a web performance world. So the Lighthouse score is actually something that became obsolete with an introduction of Core Web Vitals. Because Lighthouse score, as I already mentioned, it's very unrelated as well to the Crux data and to Core Web Vitals data. So sites with very high Lighthouse scores can do very bad with Core Web Vitals and vice versa. So there is not that much correlation. However, the list of the tasks that you get inside of the Lighthouse, so the analysis of the page itself, is still very, very valuable, and it's a great tool to use to start. Just please don't share those like screenshots of the Lighthouse score, because these days it does not mean that much. So having 100 on your Lighthouse score does not mean that your website is actually performant and has a good user experience. Other than that, we have web page test, any browser that you're using, DevTools, Chrome Web Vitals extension, which is also very, very useful thing for debugging, especially IMP, and tools such as Yellow Lab tools. So I personally use all of these. So once I see the issue in the RUM tool, then I use basically all of these, because some of these have different data, some have different interfaces. So depending what you prefer, this is something that you can kind of choose. But all of them provide you with some different granularity, different deep dives, and they're very useful in order to see actually where exactly this problem is happening and find a way to fix this. If you want to see this whole thing in one place, I will direct you to the Google Page Speed Insights. So Google Page Speed Insights is also very useful. You go there, you put your URL, and you're going to get the Chrome user experience report data, so the real user monitoring that Google actually used for ranking, as well as the lab data from the Lighthouse. So this is a good page to go to see the whole kind of picture without taking a super deep dive of various kind of like this let's say middle ground for this part. Okay, so now hopefully you have some insights on how to measure. Now we go into the hardest part, which is how to improve. So in this part, I would like to take us a bit deeper dive into each Core Web Vital, show you how it works, what are the issues, and how we can fix it. So each Core Web Vital can also be addressed for hours and hours, and I can talk about every optimization for an hour. So I'll try to stick to my time and leave you as well some extra time for questions. So without further ado, let's see how to improve loading. No, first time, as we see in the film strip, first thing on the page is this loading part. So when we go from navigating to page, from that click, from that insert, when the page loads. Largest contentful paint measures the time from when the user initiates this request, until the largest image or the text block is rendered. So you can see here, usually that's an image, as I already mentioned. Sometimes it can be text. Always be very careful, because sometimes cookie banner can take over this, which is also a bit of a tricky issue. And as you can see down, the good metric for this, so the good score would be 2.5 seconds, and everything below 4 seconds is bad. And you can think about it as well. So like anything that's, if the page loads in 2 seconds, you're kind of happy. But if it takes 11, 12, whatever, like that's not really what we would like as a users. In the largest contentful paint part, in this loading part of the website, there's many things involved. And no matter how much we optimize this images and everything, there is one part that can block us very much. And this is the time to first byte, which is the time when the visitor starts navigating to the page, for example, clicking on a link, until the first byte of the HTML is received. So this is also very important, because if the time to first byte is, let's say, 4 seconds, we don't have to even go further, because LCP is going to be over 4 seconds for sure. So this is then the part to focus on. Other than time to first byte, here you have like a small waterfall. So if you're working on web performance, waterfalls are usually your best friends. You look a lot of these. So in this side of this waterfall, you can see a bit of one example of loading a website until the LCP. So we have document in blue, style sheets in purple, images in green, and script in yellow. These parts, as you can see, the time to first byte is the one before the HTML starts loading. After that, we have resource load delay, we have resource load time, and we have element render delay. Each one of these is very important. So time to first byte as well as resource load time are the loading times. And these two segments are something that we do expect to take some time, because it has to load. We just cannot avoid that really. Like there are some strategies to as well compress it, but we cannot completely avoid this part. However, resource load delay and element render delay are the delays. And this is the part that we want to make it as short as possible. We want to avoid this delay part. So here actually what you can see here is we load HTML, the blue part, then the style sheet CSS comes, because anatomy of a website has HTML for skeleton, CSS for the painting, for like kind of arranging stuff around, and then the JavaScript for the interactions usually. So here browsers are actually quite smart these days, and they always give priority to the CSS. So CSS goes as fast as possible, because if you've never heard of CSS, this Zen Garden, like please do. Like it's a very cool website where you can just play around with CSS. You always have the same HTML, but you can do such a crazy stuff with CSS. It's very much fun. So here as well. So CSS can do so much to the website that the browser needs to do this as soon as possible to actually see how the website is going to look like. After that, we have a resource load time, which is how much time we need for image in this case, which is going to be our LCP resource. And then very interesting things happen, which is a JavaScript comes in and it pushes our LCP for quite some time. Why? Because this JavaScript is blocking the image from rendering. Why? Targeting and A/B testing. So these are one of the like very, very big enemies of LCP, is using JavaScript in order to uncover the element, in order to kind of block this kind of rendering and users seeing this element. So as you can see here, no matter what we do with the resource, JavaScript is which like the part what is blocking it. So every single one of these parts has to be addressed separately. And there is actually a very, very good talk on this that spans much beyond what I have time for today. It's by Stella Franco, and hopefully it also gets online soon because it was presented in a web performance conference a few weeks back. So they're releasing the talks one by one. So I think this one, the time is soon. I'll make sure to share it with you. It explains this very, very well. So now that we understood a bit how we come to the LCP, what causes the poor LCP? Slow server response time, slow resource load times, render blocking JavaScript and CSS, as well as the client-side rendering. I would like to share with you some strategies. I'm going to go in depth with some of those. Again, unfortunately, won't have time for super deep dive. However, all these strategies as well, there is a cool place to find them, which is a lighthouse. So if you do a lighthouse audit, you're going to get, of course, what you did well, what you did wrong. And you can also, in a top right corner, there is a filter by Core Web Vitals. So if you're focusing on LCP in this case, you can filter all the suggestions. So all these opportunities and the diagnostic, you can filter them by LCP. And it will already give you some of these strategies on where to focus on. And for example, if you can see here, there is an opportunity and it says also how much time, how much is your potential saving. So it's a very, very powerful and useful tool. So the strategies, the first part, which is server response that we were talking about already, time to first byte. In order to improve this, we need to bring site closer to the user. So the closer it is, the faster it gets there. CDN, browser caching, no redirects, and avoiding new server connections are the strategy that will probably get you there. Again, every single of these strategies I can talk for quite a while, but hopefully you already know some of the basics of browser caching as well, of course, as a CDN. So optimizing this, it will help you a lot with the time to first byte. And the longer the time to first bytes, it could actually allow us stop us from reaching our LCP, because this is the first part. It has to be done. The second part, eliminating resource delay. One very important part about this is to make resource discoverable from HTML. So a lot of times what happens here is that sometimes we load this image, which ends up to be an LCP from the CSS. And this is pushing our discovery of the image quite back, because what happens is once the HTML comes in, parser goes through, it checks all the links that are already there, and then of course starts already calling these, making these requests and calling the resources. And if the resource link is inside of the style sheet that has to be processed, that introduces a lot of new delay. So making resources discoverable from HTML will make them load, of course, faster, because browser knows that they are there and that they're important. The second part of this is prioritization. So this is also a very, very interesting and cool topic, because different browsers implement this prioritization differently. So browsers have their own mind, what makes more sense. So for example, CSS is always very high. However, depending on the browser, depending on stuff, it can vary. And this is why we have some of the tools such as preloading, lazy loading, and fetch priority to help us give browser instructions on these priorities. One of these that I'm sure you know about is a lazy load. Lazy load is a very powerful tool as well. It did so much good to web performance, because everything that's below the fold, we can lazy load. And of course, the assets won't be loaded until the user needs them. So not only it won't affect our viewport, it's also there is a huge chance that these resources will never be loaded if the user doesn't scroll. However, we've seen a lot of trend of optimizing everything and not being careful about this one point, which is lazy loading the LCP element. So even though this element is already in the viewport, so it will start triggering straight away, we're still putting a lazy on the element, on this image. We're still giving a browser directive that this is not very important, that it can be loaded lazily later. And by that, we are decreasing priority, and in that, of course, making LCP image load faster. So be very, very careful about this. If there is one thing about LCP to check, when you leave this session, is please check that you don't have a loading lazy on the LCP element. Lords and saviors, JSS and CSS. So the biggest issue that we have on internet is a sheer amount of JS and CSS. So this is the first thing I would kind of encourage you to do is to go inside your files, your JS, CSS. There is a very useful tool as well in Google DevTools. There is a code coverage panel, and it will tell you how much of this code is absolutely not being used. So this is the first thing to do. There is, I think, Adi Osmani referred to this as a Marie Kondo as well method. Check your JavaScript. If it doesn't use anymore, thank it and delete it. So please remove anything that's not being used, no matter if it's JavaScript or CSS. After you're left with, of course, the stuff we need in order to show our page, compress and minify. Make it as small as possible in order to be faster, like transfer faster and load faster. And of course, async and defer. So using async and defer will kind of shift them, like will stop them from blocking the main thread, from blocking this first load. So these are very, very important strategies when it comes to CSS and JS files. And if there are in this critical rendering path, they will block the LCP and it will come later. So checking on these files, how big they are, if there is if you really need them, how big they are, if you can compress them and minify them, and when they are being executed, straight away blocking, or later in time when the main thread did like the crucial part, can go as well a long way in these optimizations. If you need something very, very urgently in order to serve LCP element or do something, you can always inline CSS and LCP. That's also a powerful tool because there is no need for a separate server request. However, again, huge disclaimer on this would be not to overdo it, because we still need, parser needs to process the whole HTML as well, and that's like, it has to transfer it as well. So if we put the whole CSS style sheet inside of the inlines, not going to do much good. So only the critical parts. If you need something to be very, very fast, this is also a very kind of handy trick to do it. And last but not least, optimizing media assets. So responsive images, don't target or A/B test LCP, please, because this is something that's going to decrease, delay the rendering itself. Using the newest formats, WebP, AVIF, very important because they also have a newest compression algorithm. So kind of try to stay on top of these new technologies because they usually provide us with kind of better compressions. And then, of course, responsive images, which is also a whole topic itself. However, the main part that I would kind of like to stress out today would be to keep responsiveness towards to actually keep the responsive images and not to serve the biggest images inside of the small container. So definitely do the responsiveness, do the amount of asset that you actually need. And this can vary a lot. Now, the image that we have to show on a small screen comparing to something, we have very, very large screens these days, it can like make it or break it when it comes to a website. So yeah, these are some of the main parts when it comes to LCP. So hopefully our load is there, and we're coming to my favorite one, which is visual stability. My favorite one because I read a lot on the internet, and for so many years I've been frustrating about this part when you're already halfway through the article and out of the sudden everything starts moving up, down, all that. We're about to click something and then it all starts shifting. So this is the part that very, very stresses me out as a user. And I can see a huge improvement in the internet when it comes to this since the introduction of this Core Web Vital cumulative layout shift. So as you can see here, so cumulative layout shift, or CLS, is this measure of the largest burst of the layout shift for unexpected shift. So if you click something and something opens, that's not a layout shift because that's expected. If we have any type of, let's say, accordion, we kind of want it to open, no? But what it usually goes, as you can see here on the image, is the ads, these kind of random things that come after a lot of things are processed, and they just have like this, they weren't there, they're now there, and they start making a huge mess around the website. As you can see as well, the good score for this would be 0.10 and the bad score would be 0.25, and I will explain you as well what this means. Also, one small note about this is that this metric has also been a lot worked on. So initially when the CLS was introduced, cumulative layout shift comes from its name, from cumulative. So how it was measured was that the reported number was the accumulation node of all the shifts that happen on the website. These days, this changed slightly, and what's happening is all of these accumulation that all the shifts that happen get a bit grouped inside of the session windows. So these session windows are a group up to 5 seconds of the shifts of the kind of part on the page, and there is maximum 1 second between two of these shifts. So they kind of get grouped, they get analyzed, and the biggest one gets reported. So let's say in an old way, in this case, we would report 0.45 plus 0.23 plus 1.23. So we would report all of these happening. Now we're only going to report the last one, like basically the biggest one, because it kind of paints the picture a bit better. How do we actually get this number? It's also actually quite straightforward. So you can see here a viewport of 100%. So it's all relative and it's all depends on a viewport. So if something's happening below the viewport, if user cannot see it, it doesn't count. Because what we want user have a good experience. If it doesn't affect them, doesn't matter, no harm done. So you can see here a content box which contains 50% of the viewport. It can be an image, it can be text, whatever it is. And out of the sudden, unexpected, without any keystroke tap, any triggered, or without an animation being happened, a 20% goes down. It actually goes down by 20%. Ad comes in and it moves it. These two parts are referred as the distance fraction, which is the move distance, and the impact fraction, which is the part that has been moved, which has been impacted. And by multiplying these two scores, 0.75, again, relative, depending on the viewport, times 0.25, we're going to get the layout shift score. Then we find a session window, accumulate all of these layouts inside of this session, and this is how we get our final score. So poor CLS, as you may imagine from these, comes from a lot of actually similar things happening. And to be honest, I think this is one of the easiest one to fix. So images without dimensions, so anything that it's just not preserved space. So same goes for ads, embeds, iframes. So if they don't have dimension, we don't know how much space they're going to require. So when they come in, they shift everything a lot. Dynamically injected content, strengthening, and the web fonts as well. Because a lot of times, depending on how web fonts, when web fonts load, it can also cause a shift. So images, of course, setting images dimensions, quite straightforward. There is on the image tag, we have height and width properties, attributes. Now we can assign width and height to that. You can go, so how browser reads that is that it takes aspect ratio. So it doesn't matter if the height is much bigger than the height that it will be rendered. For example, on mobile, it won't take this height. It will take this only as an aspect ratio. And of course, the rendering image will be the size if you implemented well the responsiveness. You can set aspect ratio as well inside of the CSS. So this is useful for the videos as well. But yeah, any of these two to kind of preserve this aspect ratio in the resizable pages is very useful to keep stuff. Pre-allocating layout space is how to avoid this kind of dynamic ads and all that. It's a very, very, very tricky task because a lot of times we don't know how big the ad is going to be. Kind of solution for this is better something than nothing, no? So min height is actually your best friend and solution in this case. In case that you just don't know what's going to happen, it's always better to preserve some space. And then, for example, let's say that the ad that has 500 pixels is coming in. If we have to shift from 0 to 500 is way bigger shift than 0. Let's say that we preserve 200 from 200 to 500, these 300. So it's definitely better to preserve some space and then have a smaller shift than this full shift because we're just not sure what's coming in. And actually very cool feature that came recently and that improved a lot of sites without them even knowing it is backward forward of BF cache. So BF cache is a browser optimization that enables instant back and forward navigation. So it's basically caching. However, the main part of this is that it stores complete snapshot of the page, including the JavaScript heap. So once you go to navigate to the different page, click a back button, you're going to be instantly on the page. So it won't load it again. It won't load just a few things from the browser cache. It will have everything already ready. And when this was introduced, it kind of gave a boost to, well, a lot of internet. And what can happen here is that you can make yourself uneligible for this. So in order to check this and to check if you actually already got a boost or not, or if you can do still something about it, there is a Chrome developer tool application, backward forward cache option. And inside of this, you can test back forward cache and see if you're eligible. So what will make you ineligible for this is basically using unload events. This is the event that's usually used for a lot of tracking, for triggering this like tracking scripts. It's very unreliable. So in general, it should not be used. There is a better option, which is page hide. So if you're still using unload, if you have third parties, please check if you can switch this, which with page hide is doing the same work. However, it's much more reliable and it will make you eligible for backward forward cache. Yeah. So after that, we have fonts. So as I already mentioned, they can do as well quite some mess. So as any assets, do we really need them? So can we actually get rid of them? Usually the answer is no, because designers get to choose, not developers. So usually this is the kind of battle that we don't really win. However, there is a huge thing that we can do, which is subsetting the fonts. An usual font can be up to 150, 200 kilobytes. We usually have hopefully 3-4 fonts. Anything more than 5, please address it. So 3-4 fonts is reasonable. And how we can, so this 150, 200 is actually everything. So what we can do is subset it to the part that we really, really need. A lot of time that's only Latin letters, or in my case where I played with my personal website, I subset the font to only 9 letters of my name and surname. So now it's around 3-4 kilobytes from 40 originally from Latin letters, but already subsetting from everything to Latin, like let's say if you're only doing English, will make a huge deal, especially if it's ×3, ×4, ×5. Providing newest formats such as WAV file will compress them even further, preloading them as well. So they come in as soon as possible and we don't have this kind of swap. And of course, if we have the swap of the fonts, which kind of means that first you had system fonts. So when the web font came, you kind of swap them. What you can do is you can play with this as well and make this fallback system font as close as it gets to the web fonts. And this will also minimize the CLS if it takes some time for the fonts to load. And a bonus feature will be the animations. So using CSS transform property won't affect CLS, comparing to animating stuff such as top, right, and similar. Why? Because these are still meddling with the page structure. Transforms are not. So using transforms as an animation will actually provide better user experience and it will not cause CLS. Okay, so last but not least, I don't have too much time left. So it's a huge topic. So this is interactivity. Interactivity, or how fast we can do something on the website, how responsive it even is. So first, input delay is the metric that has been used so far. It will be replaced by IMP in March 2024, and let's see why. So the FID was basically measuring just this small part, like when we are able to interact. And IMP is measuring interactions throughout the whole website. And what was seen over the last couple of years, that 90% of time spent on the page interacting is actually after the load. So this was why the current metric was declared a participation medal because most of the website actually get it quite well. And the IMP is the one that's now making also quite a mess because it's much harder to achieve it. And also let's see actually why that is. So web browsers in itself have one thread. So it's called the main thread. And this is the thread that kind of handles most of the tasks done on a browser. When the thread is doing something, it's blocked. It cannot do anything else. So as you can see here, this gray part is the task that the thread is currently busy with. And a user makes a click. So first and foremost, we have to wait until this blocking task to end. After that, we have to process any event that happened. And after we process the event, there's most probably some render and painting happening before the frame is updated. FID part was this tiny part in between the interaction and the moment that we can actually start processing this interaction that happened until the actual thread is free to do something. IMP includes this whole process because this is, in the end of the day, what users care. A lot of these processing of the task itself takes quite some time. So this is why interaction to next paint is way more valuable metric that shows us the real experience of the users. It's measured across every single interaction on the page, and the largest one is reported at the end. And also, as you can see here, there's actually two main suspects, which are JavaScript and the DOM sides. So the first part largely depends on JavaScript and how much JavaScript main thread has to process, while the second part of rendering and painting depends a lot on the DOM size and how much we have to repaint. So poor IMP, large JS bundles, long tasks, overwork of the main thread, just the sheer amount of stuff that main thread has to work on, as well as the large DOM size. Browser 101, long tasks is a task that blocks main thread for more than 50 milliseconds. Doesn't sound too much, however, in the loading time, it definitely is. So if you're using Chrome DevTools for debugging, it will have this small red corner in order to indicate it, as you can see here as well. So big bundles. Only load needed.js. We already addressed this. So only load the stuff that's needed. This will of course, give less work for the thread and make it have more time to address the other ones. And also using small JS bundles. And small JS bundles enable us to load less code as well, especially, for example, on CMSs, where, you know, this big bundle of a lot of components that are not used can compare to the small bundles that we can more granularly control what we want to deliver on the page. Chunking JS to avoid long tasks. So even though we have a small bundle, there is still long tasks can happen inside of the JS, and we need to split them into smaller chunks. Unloading the main thread by third-party management. So what does this mean is to try to use workers. So there are these web workers that are also very, very powerful tool when it comes to unloading the main thread. Big disclaimer here is that they cannot do the same thing that the main thread does. So it's not like a second thread, it's just a bit of a helping. So they cannot interact with the DOM, but they can do a lot of processing. So as much as you can move processing towards the main thread, that would be amazing to unload and give it a bit of space to breathe. And reducing DOM size as well as layout thrashing. So unfortunately, I don't have much time, but kind of keep this in mind. Google this stuff and see what is it about. In general, it's just about having a smaller DOM, which would as well accessing the DOM as few times as possible, because every single time we do that, it creates latency. One very important pattern that does a lot for this kind of just serve the JavaScript that's only needed is import on interaction or facade pattern. This goes towards the idea of putting some kind of in this case, you know, we have YouTube as well as load chat stuff. And what's happening is we serve a small image instead of the full-blown integration. So when someone clicks on it, it triggers the import of all of these things. And then bit by bit, of course, you load it. So as a person who, of course, uses the internet a lot, to be honest, if I want to click on video, if I want video to load, I'm fine with waiting for a few minutes. Also, I'm going to do it if I'm on a good connection. I'm usually not going to load a YouTube video if I'm in a metro. So this also kind of gives a bit of a choice to your users. So if they want to consume this extra 540 kilobytes or not. So implementing this in a way that you say, okay, if you click this facade, you're going to get YouTube video. You know that. However, we're not going to do that until you specifically request for it, such as lazy loading the images. So similar principle. This has proven to be a very, very great way to reduce the amount of JavaScript and then still not sacrifice the features itself. And then, of course, the part of yielding to the main thread. So this is also something that helps us chunk the parts. So as you can see here, we have a function called save settings that inside has a bunch of smaller functions. So this is very well done. If we want to debug something, we're going to be able to find it. However, browser is going to treat this as a one long task. And it will hurt our IMP because while this whole thing is happening, we cannot address anything else. In order to help this is yielding to the main thread, which means do critical work first, that it's user visible, and then after that, we can defer that work that isn't user visible to a separate task. How we can do that is actually using set timeout. I know it sounds hacky. Usually people say like this sounds like a hack. It's not a hack. So it's actually approved and consulted by Google. So Google approves this way. And yeah, as you can see here, so these small, like this one big tasks, when we do this, when we do set timeout, gets chunked into small pieces. And then you can see here this white part in between. You can see the smaller tasks that allow website to address anything else. So yielding with the set timeout is currently the best way to do it. There is a scheduler yield coming. This will be the best way to do it. Why? You can see here. So without yielding, we have a long task. After that's done, we will address our input, we will do the render, and the next queue task will come up. If we want to do yielding, if we want to address the user visible part first and then continue the task later, so chunk them, we can do this with set timeout. However, the thing that's going to happen with the set timeout is that this chunk is going to be added at the end. It's not a huge deal. However, schedule yield will allow us to schedule this task right after the inputs, the interaction was addressed. And this will kind of give us a bit more control and more granularity. However, set timeout still works very well. So schedule yield is still in a trial. We can play with it, figure out how it works. However, it's still not fully supported. So the set timeout is still a good way to go. And last but not least, mastering IMP. So if you want to learn more about this, I went very fast over this. IMP is a huge thing. It will make a mess of the core web vitals, including the SEO rankings and all that. It's very hard to debug. It's also very hard to fix if you don't understand it well. Me personally, I did not know how well I don't understand it until this came out, which is an IMP workshop by Michael Motney, who is working on the IMP metric in Google. It's very code, it's very hands-on, and it shows you all these quirkiness of JavaScript and explains very well how this works, which kind of also helps you understand why it's happening on your website and how to fix it. So please, please, please go to this workshop if you're working in web development, if you're working with JavaScript. You're going to learn a lot. It's maybe an hour of playing with, of course, you have your small workspace. It's all coding as well, very simple coding, but coding, and it gives you a lot of insights of how JavaScript handles some of these things and how to be able to optimize it. So yeah, that's what I have for you today. It's a lot of information, I know, I'm sorry for that, but hopefully you get a bit of an idea of what's happening, where to look, and how to go a bit deeper dive into this. As I mentioned, every single of these topics can be drilled into for the same amount of time. So yeah, feel free to ask me any questions, to connect with me. Also, any Google developer experts for web performance, and we're quite some now, are going to be very happy to answer any of your questions about these topics. So yeah, hopefully you have enough data now and information about three-letter acronyms to try to optimize them. And thank you.
All right. Well, I got good news and bad news. I got good news that you said earlier that you were very nervous about the talk. The bad news is that basically your camera wasn't visible at all, so we just showed you slides because we didn't want to interrupt you. So if you want to restart your camera, we can see you. Can you try that one again right now?
Let me try stop camera. On stop camera. Can you see me?
Nope.
No.
Still black.
No. Settings, camera. Yeah, that's it. Mirror. We try to like do this one and then this one again.
There we go.
Okay.
That's what you look like.
Okay,
So,
yeah, that's what it looked like.
Sorry about that, but yeah, you
No
were in such a flow. We basically didn't want to interrupt.
Okay.
And I think I wouldn't call it a flow. It was more like a deluge or like basically a pour down. So there's so much information in that.
So much.
So hopefully people will have thought of something and will have seen something here that they haven't seen before. It seems to me that it's a market or a job that is basically a full-time job, isn't it? It's like learning about how browsers render, how to optimize these things. The other thing that always fascinates me about this is like, have we done too much? Like 90% of these things feel to me like, okay, you used a bundler and created 500 JavaScripts for something that is a native HTML control. Why do we do this? So do you think it's exciting that there's all this research and innovation going on, but haven't we just made the web too complex? Like,
Yes.
Are we starting from too many things rather than just like, hey, that's a form, use a form?
Yes, and another yes. So as I mentioned a few times in the optimization, Marie Kondo, first try to get rid of stuff because I have a feeling that it's just, we're kind of over engineering a lot of these things. So going back to the basics, it's something, I think lazy load is also a good example. So we used lazy load for quite a while as a JS implementation. And now that it has a native implementation, it could get rid of a bunch of JS. So I think my kind of advice here would be review. When something comes, please don't think web development as a done job. It's never done. Like as soon as something comes in, review, see if you can optimize it, see if you can remove it. Also a lot of these frameworks and stuff, use a right tool for the right job. Don't use it because it's cool, because it's new, because it's, you want to learn it. This is like a plea from a developer to a developer, from a web performance engineer to a developer, and a user to a developer. Please don't use something for the sake of your own, because I really want to learn Angular. Make sure that it's the right tool for the job, that it's the right tool for, it's a very cool, powerful tool, but it's not for everything.
The other thing that I found also is that a lot of times these optimization techniques, they expect that you're actually going back to your product and fix it. But there's so many products out there that are super slow that never get touched again, don't get any developer love. And basically, the developers are not there. Also, another thing that I keep seeing is like the developers do a great job optimizing for everything you talked about. And then the marketing department comes in and puts like lots of trackers on there and lots of like ad displays. What can you do as a developer to avoid that?
I think Core Web Vitals were a huge step towards this, because out of the sudden, performance became an SEO. And when it's an SEO ranking, so performance will give you a small boost, not like huge. So like if you have a great performance, but shitty content, nothing's going to happen. But still, like if you're very good and you have to just do this one step over your competitor, optimizing your performance will most probably get you there. So the moment that Core Web Vitals became important for SEO, that's when business started listening a bit. So this is a part that kind of I'm very happy about. And I think education, just kind of talking about this, showing them as well, and trying to put the people in the place of a user, because all of us are users. And I'm guessing that this, let's say, people from marketing, content creators as well, if you're doing this, you're not aware of how much weight something has. So, okay, let's drag and drop this 500 kilobytes here. But unfortunately, if you're not used to this, you don't have a feeling that this 500 kilobytes have a cost, which is a delay, which is some of these. So trying to, I would say, kind of preach it a bit, advocate it, and educate the people who have to drag and drop this 500 kilobytes. not to do it, but to think before they do it in a way, is this going to bring me more business value than it's going to downgrade me? Which is the same thing when you have a price tag on something, way off euros. It's like, okay, is this valuable enough for this price tag? So I think putting a kilobyte price tag on these features would be something to maybe give us a bit of a more control over what goes on the website.
Do you think performance budgets are a thing that companies should just embrace?
Yes, I think it's very important. So especially, I think putting yourself as well, like kind of competing against yourself, is also always kind of works. So putting the budget and say, okay, we're not going against this. The important part here is not to overdo it in a way. So do it relatively. Your budget should be something that you already achieved, and then slowly push down to the best options you have. Because I remember when I was in high school and we had to do like this like jump. We had to jump across like some pole. When you would do this slide bit, so if I was jumping 1 meter and you put it on meter 20, it's a challenge. If you put it on 2 meter, I'm not going to even try. So I think it's the same thing with budgets. If you put it too low, so if your page LCP is, let's say, 10 seconds, and you put it on 2, why even bother? But if you put it on 9, if you put it to something achievable and then keep it, it's, again, living, breathing organism. If you keep it going down, so we achieved 9, let's try 8, let's try 7, but never go above 7. So this was kind of the way, the kind of I would approach the budgets.
It's a bit like OKRs, isn't it? Like when you're like, okay, they're made not to achieve, so now they're inspiring, and you're like, how is that inspiring? That's just frustrating.
Yeah.
I think we're out of time, but one more question from the audience was, are there any other indicators for scoring web performance in the future?
So these are the current 3. So IMP is coming in March. Get ready, please. And yeah, for now, nothing extra. So Google will announce. So IMP was already here for a year as an experimental metric to see if it will actually provide better measurements. So if you have any feedback, please give it back to Google as well. They're super happy to refine these, because I guess one fun fact as well is there is a lot of hacking going on around these metrics, because it's important to achieve a good score. So instead of actually reducing JavaScript, okay, let's see if we can do this. They think we can hack it this way. You're not hacking Google. You're hacking yourself, and you're hacking your users. So these measures are for us. They're for the developers. They're for the marketeers to try to understand how good our users' experience will be. So please don't try to hack it as well, because you're going against yourself in a way.
All right. I have to cut you off because we're already on a new plan. So in a stage, I would drag you out now. But thank you so much for this. The slides are available. You saw the QR codes. Everything will be available in the future, and the recording will be out soon as well. So thanks again, Ines. This was a lot to take in. So let's cut it down to more palpable pieces in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm handing over to the next person. The next person is Philip Hirich. I hope I pronounced that right. He's a DevRel at Replay.io, and he's going to talk about fighting test flakiness with time machines. Philip, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Glad to be here. Thanks for the welcome.
This is excellent. So time machines. I was thinking about that the other day. In Terminator, they had to be naked to travel through time because they cannot bring complex machinery with them, like weapons. But the Terminator itself is a complex machine. So why did he have to be naked?
I guess, the clothes are a plugin you need to add on later. I don't know.
Might be. All right. So you work at Replay.io. What do you do there? What is the Replay.io environment?
Replay.io is a time traveling debugger. I am going to show it during the presentation. It's an exciting product. I'm a big fan of it. And it helps you debug either your tests or your application. And I'm doing DevRel, so I'm teaching folks about it. So I hope I'll do a good job today.
Yeah, I remember when I worked on Chakra in JavaScript, on the JavaScript engine, we were the first one that had time travel debugging, and trying to explain it to people, I failed. So hopefully you will not fail. So I hand over to you, and we get ready to get your presentation set up. And we're going to talk about fighting test flakiness with Time Machine.
Yep, that's exactly the topic. Thank you very much for the welcome. My name is Philip, and I do DevRel at Replay.io, as it has been said already. And I would like to kick off this presentation with a question. What would you do differently if you could travel back in time? Would you try to fix your errors or change the course of world events? Would you prevent disasters, or even maybe try to fix your own mistakes? And it's kind of a fun thing to fantasize about and think about what if, but it's also something you might want to act on, right? The mistakes that were made in the past can become useful learnings that we can apply today. That's the dream of time traveling. And it might feel like I'm not talking about testing right now or development, but I really am. And I'm also talking about one of the most annoying parts of the part of development, the test automation, and that's test flakiness. And as the title says, we want to fight that. Ideally, we want to have none of that. So if you ever made a mistake in your test and it has become unstable or flaky, as we call it, for whatever reason, you might feel like you want to travel back in time and fix your mistakes. And as it turns out, today we have some excellent tools out there that can help us do exactly that. We can go back in time and observe our test. We can see what happened in the application and see how our test interacted with it. We can observe network calls and examine communication between front end and backend, and we can do so much more. So the question of traveling back in time has become a very practical. We can actually do this stuff nowadays. We don't have to dream about that anymore. But even though we don't have to dream about it anymore, it seems that not everyone has fully grasped the power of time traveling. I recently made a poll on my LinkedIn network, and I asked, what takes a bigger part of your day? Is it writing your tests or debugging them? And as it turns out, debugging tests take a larger portion of the day for more than 61% of the testers. I have mostly testers in my network, so it might be different for more developer-focused communities, but I think in general, people spend more time debugging than writing the code. It seems that way. But as far as debugging tooling goes, when we talk about tools, when I asked about this, the response was kind of awfully quiet. But it shouldn't have to be. So for example, in test automation, if you're using Cypress or Playwright, the debugging tools are right at your fingertips, and they can help you fix flakiness. I want to show you some flakiness examples, and I want to show you how you can use time machines that are built in Cypress and Playwright already. I'd like to teach you about what they can do for you and how, maybe also where they actually fall short. So let's now jump into the code. Hopefully you can see my screen well here. And I want to show you, actually, before we jump into this application, I want to show you something else. I want to show you this Trello app. So this is a Trello kind of knockoff application where I have a couple of lists and some cards in them. We have a Cypress and a Playwright card in it. And if I refresh that, you can see that these cards load. And they do that in a slight delay. So I have made a test in Cypress that I'm going to show you right now. And in this test, let's make this slightly bigger. And in this test, sorry for the TypeScript errors, please ignore them for a moment. In this test, I want to open a card. And the card I want to open is this card that has the text Cypress. So basically what the test will do, it will open the application, it will open the board, it will take the first card, the EQ0 stands for select the first one, and we'll click on it. And then there's a card detail title, which I want to have a certain value. If I go back to the app, this is how that looks. I want to click on this card, and then read this text. Now let's go back and run this test actually. So I have here, I'm going to open another terminal and open Cypress. Oops, made a typo. At least you can see this is live. And I'll open my test. Let's go and run it. All right. So now I'm running the code that I have just shown you, and you can see that the test is failing because the text in the detail is playwright. Now, how about I run it a couple of more times? It fails again. Run it again. Will it? Oh yeah. Okay. Now it has passed. So it seems that this test sometimes fails and sometimes it will pass. It is an example of a flaky test. And if we go into the Cypress timeline, our time machine that we have in Cypress, we can sort of debug and see what was happening as the test script was interacting with our app. So if I go back to the click event, the one that happened before we made our assertions, we can see that when I do the click, I have targeted a card, and the second card was actually just loading. So this is a nice clue to see what's happening. If I run my test again and maybe get to the failing part, let's try that a couple of times. Well, now it's passing, ironically. Okay, now we finally get an error. All right, so now when I have a failed case of this very same test, and I scroll back and go to the click event, I can actually see that I'm not clicking the same card as before. So looking back at the test, it seems like it's pretty obvious what the test is going to do. It's going to select cards, select the first one, and then click on it. But when our application doesn't load both of these cards at the same time, what the first card is can actually vary, right? So sometimes we click on the first card and sometimes we click on the second card. And this is very valuable information for testers and developers alike to debug the test, which can become flaky. There are many ways of how tools like Cypress and Playwright help us retry and make sure that the test is stable. But they, as you can see, not always they will solve the problem. Sometimes we have to focus on the app. So how do I fix this test? Well, the easiest fix for this one would be to create a guarding assertion that will basically make sure that the state of the application is actually the one we want to test. So let's say we want to, when we select those cards, we actually want to make sure that there are two of them. And when they are, then we pick the first one and click on it. So when I save my test now and go back to Cypress, I can see that when I run it a couple of times, that we wait for two cards to appear and only then we click on the first one. So even if the playwright or the second card appears as first, we'll have our test behave much more in a much more stable way. So that was an example number one for you. This example points to one of the great problems we as testers and developers face when testing modern web applications, and that's timing issues. These timing issues is something we need to account for because our web is constantly changing, re-rendering, loading assets, rewriting stuff, and seeing what happens as the test progresses is extremely valuable. So having the timeline in Cypress is going to help us quite a lot. It allows us to write efficient tests because by seeing how our tests ran, we get a better understanding of how to write a stable test. But as I mentioned, Cypress is not the only tool that has brought a time machine into their workflow. With Playwright's trace viewer, we can get an insight into the test run as well. So let's explore now how this can enable us to write a more stable test for our application. I'm going to back to screen sharing, and I'll close Cypress for now. because in this example, I also have a playwright test, which is pretty much the same. So the syntax is actually quite similar. We navigate to the page. We are going to select the last card using the page locator function. Then we're going to click on that card and then check whether the detailed card has the value of playwright. So if I go ahead and run this test, I can see the tests running. So playwright also does a great job for you to see those tests. But if I pretty much have the same problem. Sometimes my test will pass and sometimes it will fail. So in this case, my test has failed and it has timed out on the same thing. We want to have a certain value, but we don't have it, we don't get it. If I go back to the test, I can see it running. Now the test has passed. If I run that again, we might get into a situation where the test will fail. This is not the case right now. But what I wanted to demonstrate is that whether we are using Cypress or Playwright, I know Playwright is a big hype right now, Playwright is not immune to these problems. We need to take our application into account, and we actually need to write our test in a way that is going to make our test stable, and that's going to take the application re-rendering into account. So the way we could fix this one is to first expect to have this card to have two cards. So let's do it like this. I'm going to do page locator and then await expect card to have count, and we want to have two of those cards, and then we are going to select the last card and click on it, right? So when I save that, run my test again, now hopefully it will get more stable if I wrote everything correctly. It seems I did, and if I run it, it's going to work really nicely. So whenever I'm using Playwright in VS Code, I get this option to see the test executing in the browser. So that accounts for good visibility out of the box when we are using the VS Code extension. But we can also use Playwright in command line interface, and the visibility is kind of less good. So let me try to run this npx playwright test, and when I do this, I just get the result, right? So if my test is not passing, let me actually put it back to the wrong state. If my test is not passing, I basically get an error. But Playwright also has its own time machine. It has introduced a UI mode recently. Well, recently, I think it's like 6 months or maybe more. But what you can do when you are running your test, you can do npx playwright test and enable trace viewer. So when I do that, Playwright is going to generate a trace for my test, and I can show you how that looks. So not only we get the error, basically the result of the problem and the place where that happened, but we get a trace, which is a nice overview of what the test is doing. Again, a time machine we can travel back with and see what was happening at each point of the test. So for example, when we focus on this locator click and look at this view, we can see where the click actually happened. And again, as this test hasn't accounted for the changing state of the application, our test has performed poorly and given us not a good result. All right, so the trace viewer, as I've just shown, is another time machine that shines especially when integrated into CI. So if we were to run our tests in CI, we don't get usually the same visibility as we get when we are writing the test. but Trace Viewer actually enables us to do that. If there's a discrepancy between the local and CI, which there often is, you can save the trace as an artifact and examine what happened during that test run. So overall, I think we have really good tools that help us improve observability. I should also note that Cypress has recently improved their observability and has added a nice trace-like feature into their subscription-based cloud service. All right, so all of these time machines are great and give developers a lot of insight into test run. But what about the application? There's a lot that's happening inside the app while a test interacts with it, right? After all, it is the focus of our testing efforts. But interestingly, we as testers instinctively reach for fixing the test instead of fixing the app when facing a flaky test. Recently, in a recent poll I did on LinkedIn again, I asked about the go-to instinct for situations when we face a flaky test. Interestingly, an overwhelming majority of testers would have rerun the test or try to investigate and fix it. Only 1/5 of the respondents would aim for fixing the application itself. So we focus on the test, not on the app. And I think that may be a mistake. And I guess all of us would agree that if the app can actually be flaky. I actually have another tweet from here that states the flaky app will lead to flaky tests. So maybe we could focus on the app as well. Now, there's another time machine I want to talk to you about that can help you out, and it's called Replay.io. Full disclosure, I am working for Replay.io, but I've been a fan of this product before I joined the company. In fact, seeing how cool of a product Replay is made me want to join the company in the first place. So I've established that it's really cool, but what is it, right? Replay.io is a browser that records anything and everything that happens inside it. The idea is simple. You create a recording, and then you open Replay DevTools to debug what's happening during that recording. The best part is that you can either create that recording manually or by integrating Replay browser into your test suite. So I'm going to first show you how to create a recording manually, and then I'll show you how to integrate Replay into your test suite. So let me share my screen again. I'm going to close this trace viewer, and I have a very simple application running here. Let me show you. Let's actually open that. Localhost 5 something. All right. So this is like a scaffold application from when you do create Vite and create a React app. And this one is going to just count the numbers, right? So whenever I click on this, the counter is going to go up. So if I go to the source code of this application, we will see how that looks. Let me just show you. Not CSS, actually, the DSX. That's what we want. All right. So when I go to the source code of the application, you can see it's quite simple. We just have a bunch of components, and there we have the button, which is going to set our count, and it's going to increment that, and then we are going to show that. The count is, and the number of what the count is. So if I were to hide this, if I want to say the count is hidden and go back to my app, when I refresh my application and I click on this, I don't see the number, but it is actually changing in the background. So if I want to see what the number is, what I can do in my app, I can console log the count and see how that changes. So heading back to, let me actually close this one. Heading back to the application, when I open the console, and run my test, run my application and click on the count, you'll see that I'm incrementing this count, right? All right. So whenever I want to take a look into what is happening in the app, I can rely on a console log, or some people rely on a debugger. Let me show you Replay now and how that can actually help you. So Replay is a browser that you can download from a Replay homepage. I can show you how that looks. Oops, sorry. All right, here we go. So this is the homepage of Replay where you can download the browser, but I already have it downloaded. So let me open that. And what I'm going to do is I'll open a new tab and I will open my application that's over here. Now, I hit this record button to create my recording. So when I do that and start counting and stop the recording, what I will get is the recording of the interaction that I had when I was interacting with this app. So as soon as I save this, it takes a little while to load. As soon as I save this, I'll get this nice view. So these are Replay dev tools. Now, down on the bottom, I have a timeline, which is essentially a video sort of capturing what I did. But on the side panel, you can see that this is not only a video, but this is actually taking note of all of the interactions that I have made. Now, if I hover over this blue button over here, what I can see here is I can jump to code. So the recording actually captures the source code of the application that I'm interacting with. And a really cool part is that even though I don't have a console log anywhere near here, what I can do, I can click on this plus sign and add whatever is interesting to me. So if I click on the count and hit the check mark button inside the console, I can see the state of this count variable changing as I was interacting with this, right? Whenever I want to add a print statement about basically anything, I can just click on this plus button and take a look into what my application was doing. So even though we don't have console logs in our code, because Replay records the whole application runtime, we can actually take a look into anything and see that change throughout the recording. If you're not a fan of print statements, you can actually add a breakpoint. So if I click on this gutter over here, I'm adding a breakpoint, which I can then examine. I can remove this print statement. And wait, where did my print statement go? And I can start debugging. And in this panel on the bottom left corner, I can see how the count has actually been changing. And with debugger, usually if you're debugging locally and you're running your app locally, you can only go forwards. But in Replay, we can actually go forward and we can actually go also backwards. So see this count change from 2 to 3. If I go back, it's going to change back to 2. And I can move to the next breakpoint, or I can just go back. Yeah, I'm kind of repeating myself. All right, so this is the basic idea of how you can create your recording manually. But as I mentioned, you can integrate recording or creation of these recordings into your test suite as well. So let me show you another application that I have prepared. And this is sort of an e-commerce store where user can view a product, then increment that product if they want, and then add to cart. If they do that, product is added to cart, and that's basically it. When I refresh that page, not sure if you see that, but there's this not available thing. The reason why this is happening is if we take a look into the network panel to see what's actually going on in here. I guess that console is too big right now. We can see that there are a couple of API calls being made. First one is this check availability. So we are first checking whether these sneakers are actually available for us. And then when we click on add to cart, there's another API call, add to cart. So I have created a Cypress test for this. So let me show you how that test looks. It's in the add to cart, Cypress E2E spec. All right. So in here, I'm adding a product to cart. I'm visiting the page, clicking on add to cart button, and then I'm expecting the product added to cart. Now, usually this test gets a little flaky, and I can show you how that happens. I'll open the console. 1 second. And do npx cypress open. You open Cypress. Then run my test. And you'll see that my test is failing now. So maybe if I rerun it a couple of times, I may be more lucky. Or maybe not. Yeah, it's still failing. So how about we add something we don't really like in our tests, right? How about we add a wait? What if we wait for 1 second? Is that going to help? Let's see. Well, it doesn't help with the first attempt. Maybe if we try again. In the second attempt, we have finally figured this out. All right, so again, we have a flaky test, and although the application is quite simple, it still seems like the test is flaky. Now, having some more insight into what's happening in here might definitely help. So the way how we can integrate replay or creating of those recordings into our test suite is actually pretty simple. The only thing we need to do is to do an npm install of the replay package. So let's do install replay. Wait, I think I have it somewhere. Replay.io /Cypress. So that's the package you integrate. And then you do the standard Cypress stuff. You add this to the support file and also to the configuration file. As a part of the recording creation, you need to have a API key. So again, pretty standard stuff. And when you run your test, instead of running your test in a usual way, which would be npx cypress run, what you're going to do is to pass a browser argument, and you'll use the Replay Chromium browser, which is automatically going to create those recordings. So instead of hitting that red button that I just did a couple of minutes ago when I created the manual recording, this recording will get automatically created during your test run, and they will get automatically uploaded. So I have actually created recorded my application already. So let me open the link and show you the Cypress panel. All right, and here's my e-commerce store. Here's my application that I'm testing, and on the left panel I can see my test. So the Cypress panel will actually contain all of my Cypress commands. So I can see my wait here. I can see the contains add to cart. I can see my click event. And also I will get the usual tools. So I'll see the console, elements panel, network panel. Everything that happened during the test run is actually captured. Now the really cool thing here is that I can go ahead and jump to code and see what happened when I used cy click command and which part of my code was actually triggered. The timeline that I have at the bottom here is actually focused on the exact test. So in here, I should have shown that. I have actually 3 attempts in here, right? So the first one has failed. The second attempt has failed as well, and the third one finally has passed. So as I mentioned, in my application, I have 2 API calls. One checks for availability, and we'll check whether the product is actually available for us. And the second one will add the product to cart. And this is actually a core of our problem. Maybe we are not sending the right quantity that's being sent from server, but we're sending the default. If we take a look into the code, there are two functions or two API calls. So the first one is the add to cart, and the second one is the check availability. Now this check availability, what it will do, it will set the quantity to whatever the availability API call has responded with. The default is 0. We can see the quantity, and set quantity is using state, and by default is set to 0. Now, if we want to examine what was happening during our test run, we can add a print statement. So we can see what the quantity was from the server, and what the quantity that's being sent over here in the add to cart has been when we triggered that action. So I'll add two print statements. Let's do server response, and then add data UTI, which is the response from the server. And I'm going to give that a green color. So now when I look into the console, I'll see the server response was 1. And if I look into all my tests, so I'm going to expand this this narrowed down view, and I'll look into all 3 test attempts and filter out the product detail. Here we go. I'll see the server response was 1 for every one of our tests. So let's now see what we were actually sending with this add to cart. So I'll add another print statement. Let's say sent to server. And I'll say quantity. So that's the value we have been sending. Let's give this another color. Let's give it an orange one. So now when I look into the console and see what the responses actually were, so we were sending numbers 0 to the server, so we're ordering 0 sneakers, and the server response came back. Now, in the second attempt, we did pretty much the same, and on the third attempt, we can see that the response from the server and what we've been sending to the server was actually 1. So that was our successful attempt. So this is how we can time travel not only to the application, to what the test was doing, but we can actually see the internals of the application and the network communication, and also the internal state. So again, we have a timing issue. Test is going to be depending on the state, on the speed of our server. So now the question is, how do we actually make this one stable? Because if our API calls are being triggered left and right, can we do something with the test or with the application to make this stable? Well, we already made an attempt on the test side, right? We added a wait, but this is not a good solution, right? This is something we might end up changing to maybe 2 seconds, then maybe 3 seconds, maybe even more. So that's not what we want. Another way of how we can fix this on test side is to use intercept. So intercept command can catch a certain API call and wait for the response, and hopefully move on with the test after that response comes back, which is, I mean, good solution. But I think what we should be focusing on is to make the app itself stable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the code of this add to cart of this e-commerce site and look into the product detail component. Now in here, I have my add to cart button. If I go into that one, I can see that here's the on-click event. That's what will ultimately trigger the API call. So what I'm going to do is I'll add another attribute, and I'm going to make this button disabled when we don't have enough elements or basically when the check availability is not going to give us something else than number 0. So the way I'll fix this is I'll type is disabled. All right, my typing is not working well today. And I'm going to say that we're going to set this to quantity 0. So if the quantity is 0, we're going to make this, we're going to pass this is disabled property. So in my button, I'm going to add this one as well, is disabled. That's going to be a Boolean. And I'll add a disabled property to this button, right? Which is going to equal to is disabled property. Is disabled. Oh, I forgot to pass that. I was wondering why is it not working. And since I'm using Tailwind, I'll just add an opacity of 50% when this button is disabled. So I'll save everything and go back to my test. And let's actually remove that weight from our test. Oh, I already did that, so that's good. Okay, so now when I run my test, it's actually going to be much more stable because Cypress does has the capacity of not clicking on a button if it's not enabled. So it has this actionability checks which are going to prevent the test from clicking on a button that is not yet enabled. And since the button will make itself enabled only after we get the response from the server, it's going to get enabled, and then we click on it. And now I can run my test as many times as I want, even if the response is slow, even if it's fast, it's going to be passing. All right, so that's how you can make your test stable using a replay.io time machine. All right. Okay, where was I? I think I'm pretty much at the end of my presentation. Yeah. So as I shown, time machines can be a great companion into making sure that your end-to-end tests are nice and stable. So thank you very much for everyone who was listening until the end. It's been a pleasure to be here. If you want to stay in touch, I do have some QR codes for you. If you want to give Replay a go, you can scan the upper QR code. If you want to integrate into test suites, there's the another QR code, and my the Twitter handle is @Philip_Ritz. If you want to follow me for more information. So thank you very much, and I'll be eager to answer your questions if you have any.
All right. Well, there weren't any questions coming in, so that's the issue that we have so far. But there might be comments coming in a second. So in between, this is impressive stuff, and I, having worked on developer tools myself, it's quite. I can see how that's actually implemented and what you've done with it. You're working a lot on the Chromium and with dependencies on the Playwright engine, right? Is that something you're contributing back to as well? Is something that they're allowing to do?
Not sure if I understand the question.
So the Replay browser that you showed, like the interface, is basically that's using the Chromium engine, of course, and under the hood it's using Playwright to do the animation and automation of the systems, right?
Not really as far as I know. So the Replay has a couple of parts. It has the recording part, right? And it has the DevTools part, and we're building that. We basically forked the Chromium and built stuff on top of it. Now our tests internally are written in Playwright. But as for the things that I've shown, we actually have a plugin for Cypress and a plugin for Playwright to show the steps you have been doing in the test. but I'm not entirely sure if I'm answering your question.
No, that's exactly what I
Okay.
thought would be the difference there. So that's interesting to see. So when it comes to adoption of these things, I mean, you now gave a talk about the time travel opportunities that you have there. This going back and forth and this scrubbing has always been a dream of tooling for quite some time. I mean, I remember there was years ago, there was this input output should be the same thing, where somebody played a game and that actually became the solution of the game as well, rather than having to write the rules of the game itself. Is it something that people are starting to embrace, or is it something that you have a hard time making people understand? I mean, you now spent half an hour explaining it to us. What is the biggest feedback items that you get from people about this? What stops people from thinking that way?
I think replay being sort of in a category of its own, it's sort of balances on things that we know and are familiar with, and things that we don't know. So what I liked, what has been my personal journey is when I first saw replay, it was like, oh, okay, this is a nice tool. I don't know what I will be using it for. And then when I finally got persuaded to try it on my own, something clicked in my mind that, oh, okay, I finally get it. How can I use it? So it's definitely a challenge to get the message through. And I have been playing with like different definitions of how to convey that message and explain that, all right, it's like DevTools, but it's actually not. Because you're debugging a recording, but also you'll get so much more information from that, especially if you're integrated into a test suite and are dealing with flaky tests. I have been most of my tech career, but also for developers. I had this funny issue recently where I was developing stuff locally. I was working on documentation, and something was, like you get this next error message, which you like just don't know what's what's going on. I would create like a 1 second recording with that, and I was able to like pinpoint where the problem was. So I got like a better error message. So I know this might sound like marketing, but actually trying it out really makes it click into understanding what this is and how it can actually be used. Because it is like DevTools. You can use it like DevTools, but the insight you get, I think, it's much richer than DevTools. And I only show like print statements and debuggers, but we actually have a bunch of more features, like taking a look into the React components. And if you're using Redux, you can look into that and seeing the changing state throughout the timeline. So yeah, there's a lot to be explained, and it is definitely a challenge.
Well, I think the biggest issue with DevTools is that you're working on the DOM, and that most frameworks are actually having a virtual DOM. So you have no insight into what's going on there. So that's where systems like that are much more powerful. We have a few questions from the audience as well, which is good. So how do these time machines integrate with existing testing workflows and CI/CD pipelines?
Yeah. So something that I haven't really shown is the CI/CD integration. So basically, if you have Cypress or Playwright, WebDriver IO, or any kind of tool that uses a browser, integrating replay is just a matter of passing the replay browser. So that's like the easiness of it. So you would basically define your pipeline workflow in pretty much the same way. The only difference would be that in order to create a recording, you need to pass the replay browser. In Cypress, then I shown the configuration a little bit, so you can like automatically create those recordings as you run your tests. In Playwright, currently the workflow is that those recordings are created, and then you need to add an additional step to your workflow to upload those recordings so they can actually get processed, and you get that insight. But it is pretty much straightforward. I'm currently working at the docs, so you can check out those for inspiration on how to integrate that. And I'll be
So-
happy for feedbacks, by the way.
One thing I'm worried about when you have a browser that's dedicated to that is that you're actually, I mean, for functional information, for functional testing, not an issue at all. But when it comes to performance and experience of end users, they will have a different browser. That's where Playwright is powerful, because it actually can spawn 5 different browser engines and give you the data from all of them. Is this something that I mean, it's always dangerous to just think of like testing as this is how our end users will have the same experience. Is this something that you're thinking about as well, to support more rendering engines than only one?
I think the current focus is not really on like making sure that we have support of like all the browsers, so like WebKit and with Safari and Firefox, etc. I think where the real value comes in is like being able to get some more insight into what was happening during your tests. So I'm talking like the annoying test flakes that happen because of re-rendering and timing issues. So I don't think there would be too much value in bringing different browser support. I'm not saying that's not going to come. It's just that now we're focusing on where the biggest pain points in development and test automations are. So right now we're focusing on the Chromium browser mostly.
Which was a question that came from the audience. How will these time machines support cross-browser testing and testing across different OSs? And at the moment, not. But the great thing about, like, when we go back to Ines's talk, like seeing these re-render issues and seeing those kind of things, that all impacts like your performance as well. So seeing where these things, why something gets done 3 times is a very simple way with these systems that you showed. So another question that is interesting is, how do these testing machines handle sensitive information of data? So in essence, you use another browser. You use, I guess, also a CDN or a network to send back and forth. How much control do you have over your information, where it goes?
Yeah. So these things are mentioned in the documentation, and since I just started working on that 2 months ago, I don't have like a answer I can give you from the top of my head. But basically, you can think of all the information the same way as you would think of the information you are working with in your like testing environment, right? So whatever you do in your testing environment, if you like generate your own data, you're using testing data, those, like, there would probably not be too much harm if those were exposed. But we do have the data is encrypted, so it's not like we can read that, and it's pretty much yeah. I'm looking for the words here, but but it's pretty much as with any other like dashboard service you would be using, or any other testing or reporting service you would be using. So it's although the data that we have is quite huge, it's like not very different into what you would be reporting in your testing dashboard.
So one final thing, like, as somebody who's very much into that space, what do you think is the biggest mistake that people make when they set up their own tests? Like, how can we become better in testing our applications?
That's a that's a really good question. I talk to a lot of testers, and testing world is interesting because you have this whole range of testing skills, coming from like manual testing skills to like full test automation and stuff like that. And what I advise to my number one advice to anyone who is doing in testing is to get more insight into the application they are testing. So if you do like a black box approach where you are not really interested into what's happening inside the app, I don't think that's a very good approach. So my advice is to deep dive into code as much as time allows you, as much as your schedule allows you to do. and maybe even try to write an application of your own if you are a tester, more on like the manual side of things. Because as you move on to the test automation, that's going to reflect, and you can either be like very effective with your test automation, or you can be like very repetitive in the test execution, testing the same stuff over and over again, and not maybe hitting some blind spots. At least that's what I've been seeing. So that's why I'm giving that advice.
Excellent. Well, I mean, thank you for your talk. Thank you for all the insights that you showed. And I'm really impressed with the way you've done it. There's a lot of stuff to cover. And it's great also when live things don't work and you immediately know what's going on and you can easily fix things. So I think we're going to go on a quick 5-minute break because we have to do some setup here. So we'll be back at like 2 o'clock our time. So thank you very much again, Philip. And we're going to be back with Owner after that and talk about new things in CSS. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with. And salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
And we're back. So that was great. So you saw about the newsletter that I'm writing at the moment. If you haven't subscribed to Dev Digest yet, please subscribe. I'm doing a lot of work there, and I'm planning for the next 2 weeks where I'm going to be on vacation. That's going to be some great stuff there as well. And Code 100 is today. So Code 100 is happening in Zagreb today. And hopefully there will be some good feedback from that one coming in the nearer future as well. But now we're going over to Onur Gumus from Microsoft, a senior software engineer there. And he's going to talk about what's new in CSS for designers. So Onur, how are you doing? You ready?
Hello, Chris. I'm great. Yes, I'm ready. How are you? How are things?
Not bad. I'm in the middle of Berlin, and somehow it hasn't stopped snowing for an hour. I don't think I'm going to be leaving my house anytime soon, and I'm hopefully that not going to impact our internet connectivity or anything like that either. The music in the break right now, it always fascinates when the music is so stoppy, and you're like, oh, is it just that my connection is not right, or is that the real music? So that was a bit of a confusion thing. Where are you based?
Well, speaking of snow, I'm located in Norway, Oslo. So there's pretty much snow here, quite a snow here.
Well, you're pretty much used to it, so that shouldn't be the issue then as well. And to be very expensive about everything that's going out there. So CSS for designers. Let's hear what's going on there. I'm very excited about how CSS became the language that it is right now, because it's always been like a thing where people were like, oh, it's not really a programming language, it's not really something to do. And now we made it so complex that it's really confusing to people. So hopefully by now people will start embracing it. So let's see what's new in CSS for designers. So Onur Gumus from Microsoft, let's go.
Thank you. So I just want to highlight, by nature, I am a software developer. I'm nowhere near being a designer. The intention of this presentation is there's a lot of goodies cooking in CSS. And I'm seeing constantly the designers focusing on tools like Figma and other things. But also, I feel like I'm feeling like there's a need for bridging the gap between what's new in CSS for designers, so that this can somehow influence some of the design decisions. Even if you're using Figma, it's just being aware of what browsers are capable these days. It's just a very good asset, if you ask me. So let's see our agenda. Actually, the presentation is composed of 6 parts. One of the parts is just web is not left to right. It's not just left to right. There are other writing systems, and if you want to cover inclusive, if you want our application to be inclusive, we have to consider other writing systems as well. I'll just briefly touch on that. There are new color spaces, some new measurement units, which will allow us to create a more flexible layouts, 2 new goodies, container and style queries, which allow us to style our stuff based on some sort of parent container. There is some magician called Houdini from history, and CSS Houdini is a project and which is supported by many browsers, which allow you to do some of the things that were not possible before. Although the status of Houdini is somewhat frozen these days, but I'll cover it. And also, I'll just talk about what's new in Animation API, where this would also influence some of the decisions you might want to take for designing. So let's start with the web is not left to right. We'll look at the writing systems. We'll cover concepts like logical properties, writing directions, where Flexbox and Grid are somewhat very old. Perhaps Flexbox itself is like 10 years old concept, but we have a new cousin of them, which is called Subgrid. We'll just visit that. Before we start, let's look at the alphabet distribution among the world. That is, many countries you can see sticking to Latin alphabet, but apparently that's not the case. Apparently there's you can see the whole green region using in Arabic letters, and actually it's not just the alphabet, but also in Arabic the writing direction is from right to left, and this somehow influences your design a lot. And if you're intended to design an inclusive application, then and if you want to include something like 400 million Arabic speakers, then this is something you should definitely be considerate and design your application for this kind of right to left scheme as well. But also, if you go to Asia, historically there were usages of vertical writing. So to be fair, after 80s, in particular Korea and China, vertical writing systems aren't as common, became somewhat rare. But for example, in Japan, vertical writing is still very common, especially on daily newspapers. So we'll just make a brief visit on this and try to see how we can tackle this problem with CSS. You can see there are two photos here. On the left-hand side, there's a subway for Korea. As I said, in Korea, I think, as far as I know, the vertical writing isn't very common, but still there are cases where you can encounter. And on the right-hand side, is a highway on China where actually the lane says slow lane, middle lane, and the fast lane. And you can see it's actually the characters are coming back to you. So the first one is the lower letter is the first one. And there is some occasional encounters with vertical writings even in these countries. However, this is a modern Japanese newspaper. And you can see it's entirely, it's mostly written in vertical letters. But you can also see that there's some numbers here which are placed in place in some sort of vertical oriented, but still they're vertical. We'll just see how CSS can allow us to build such things. Another Japanese website, which is also demonstrating vertical writing, is still common and popular in Japan, in particular Japan. This is a BBC News for Arabic region, and you can see not only the letters going from right to left, but also the logo and entire thing. It appears as if it's mirror imaged, and again, it might be pretty tricky to build your application or website that would work properly in both directions, but one should be considerate. These kind of cases where your visitors might be from this part of region. Another interesting aspect, well, it's certainly not super popular, but Mongolian, traditional Mongolian has this kind of writing system where you're reading again vertically, and perhaps similar to Japanese. This is one of the writing systems that's used in Mongolia these days. So what browser offers is that there's a property in CSS which we'll see that allow you to set, which is called writing direction, the writing direction, and we can see how a particular script behaves under the current writing direction. If it is horizontal TB, then well, it's the writing direction is just the way we are familiar with that. But also you can set this property to vertical LR or vertical RL, and depending on which one you set, then you can see the writing, the letters become vertically oriented, but also the front one changes, becoming the right or left, depending on your setting. There's also another setting called sideways LR, which also flips the letters, in particular with the vertical script, but this is only available in Firefox, not available in Chrome or Safari these days. And the way we use this is that actually you can see there's some CSS property called writing mode. And if you want a writing mode vertically, we set this property to vertical LR. And also another interesting aspect of it that you can see there's a text combine upright CSS property, which is when you combine this, also the digits at up to 2 digits become vertical. So by using this kind of technique, you can also address vertical writing along with the numbers. So CSS allows that. Speaking of CSS, there's a somewhat perhaps 3 to 4 years concept called logical properties. I think it's supported by all browsers these days. We used to use, for example, whenever we are intended to set a border radius, we are used to using things like top right, top left. But I think now it is time to give up this concept and start using the concept of logical properties. In this case, you can see there is a border radius on the top right, but the border is set as border start and radius. And the start represents the upper part of the border, and the end represents the right part of the border. Once you set your border in this way by using a logical property, assuming, well, your page has an Arabic version, then it would automatically look like this. So you can see the concept of right and left doesn't make much sense, because you don't want left and right. You just don't want to stick to left and right, but you just want to stick to the right corner depending on the writing system. Yeah. So this is something one should consider. Here's another example. Depending on, again, the writing system, the photo and the letters can change their places. So what are these logical properties? The argument is this: instead of width, use something called inline size. So today, I mean, this is supported by all major browsers, and it's a very good maturity. And you can start using this today, and which I would recommend using it. Unless you have a very good reason, I think it's better to make the default properties as the logical properties rather than the physical properties. Instead of max width, you can say max inline size. So the inline word is actually referring to something like horizontal. Whenever we have width, we just swap it the inline size keyword here. Whereas height, we replace this word with block size thing. And whereas with the borders, it's slightly different. So border top becomes border block start, and border bottom becomes border block end, and left and right again, border inline start and border inline end. Here you can see there is a text with some sort of padding at some portion. And also, well, there is a border. I'm not saying it's on the left and right, so because it depends on, once you start using logical properties, depending on the writing system or the script's direction, so this padding, this border, and the location of it just can change. And by using CSS, you can just address this problem dynamically without worrying much. Well, Flexbox actually has adopted this start and end concept very many years ago. Flexbox is something very old, but I just want to briefly cover. And this is a slide from CSS-Tricks.com, where with Flexbox, you can specify the direction being in one direction or the other. So once you have defined your layout by using the CSS, you can just flip things in one direction. FlexGrow is something, especially you're saying that, well, I would like to fill the remaining space. And that's what FlexGrow addresses. Whereas the order is, if you have some items that is ordered, you can, by using your Flexbox as an order property, you can visually change the order of things. But one needs to be careful with accessibility once you're doing, because the top order of the things will stay same. Here a little bit more Flexbox goodies. On the left-hand side, you can see by using Flexbox, you can say, well, I would like to group things on the start. Notice it's not to left, it's start. So depending on you use a vertical or horizontal orientation, so these things can vary. There's a centering, a space in between, and space around, and you can space evenly, which Flexbox already offers these things to you. Whereas you can also group the items in the other direction of axis, where you can group them in the start and stretch them, or just align them on their text space line. Or alternatively, you can group, you can pick one of the items and then change the individual items orientation. Flexbox is certainly not new, and it's very much adopted with browsers. Perhaps one of the relatively newer features is the gap, where in Flexbox you can just specify a vertical or horizontal gap in both directions, and depending on that, you can have nice space, predefined space between your items. Whereas a greater cousin and much more powerful cousin of Flexbox is Grid. And I particularly like one aspect of Grid. Grid is like somewhat a two-dimension version of Flexbox. But this there's one nice utility of Grid, which is called the template areas. And I believe it's a very, very underused concept, because you can see on the left bottom, we can actually specify regions. And there's 4 headers, and then there's 2 main sections, and then there's a footer. And then once you give the grid area property to that name, magically your items or your areas will be automatically laid out based on that. And again, not being new, based on if you use grids, in the old times there were tricky things, but now it is possible to let me just show it to you, to make magical layouts. So this is a layout made by a grid, and if you narrow it down sufficiently, you can see without any JavaScript, without any CSS, it automatically changes its layout. And this is available today as well. Well, what's new in CSS is there's something very, very new, which is called the subgrid. And this was supported by Safari for some perhaps a year or two, but Chrome support has just landed this autumn. Let's just try to address the problem, what kind of problem it solves. On the left-hand side, you can see there are 3 cards, and they were defined by the grid template columns. You can see in the cards CSS thing, and which is one FR, one FR, which means there are 3 fractions, 3 equal fractions. And also each card is specified as 3 rows. One is the first row is auto, the header. There's again another fraction, which means fill the remaining space, and again an auto, which says that use as much as you need. But the problem is, in case one of the headers just scrolls because you have some extra text here, you can see then your alignment just got broken. And this is not possible to fix unless you use CSS subgrid. Thankfully, this support has just landed to all browsers, and now you can use and address this problem and fix this problem. In this case, from a CSS standpoint of view, again you use the same kind of 3 column thing. However, the interesting bit is that for each card, you can specify the grid template rows as subgrid, which means it would like to get define the row based on the parent grid, which eventually will enforce all these 3 things to be inlined and aligned. Because in the previous case, there were no correlation between these 3 items, whereas making a subgrid will enforce them to be aligned. So this is one of the nicest things which you can use today. This is a cross-browser support. The sum of covered. How you should be concerned about the alignments. In particular, we covered things like vertical writing, and we covered things like CSS grid and how this will allow us to make flexible pages. In the second part, I'll talk about the new color spaces. I'll just talk about the terminology a bit. P3 colors in Gamut. I'll talk about some color systems like RGBA, HSL, HSV, LAB, LCH, and well, a lot of cryptic abbreviations. We'll see what they mean, and they're very, very important actually if you're into colors, which every designer is. Now let's talk about start with the color. What's a color? Apparently, a color is originated from a wavelength, and you can see that this is the visible light that we can see. And probably a theory says that, well, since life started under the water, and the water is able to absorb this visible light range as a wavelength, then this is why we see only this bandwidth. However, a question to you. So we have other colors like magenta. Can you see magenta here? Well, I don't see it. But we do have this kind of colors as well. So how do they come up? In this case, we have to revisit the coloring systems. On the left-hand side, we can see RGB, which is a red, green, blue. And this is called additive color, where if you have multiple colors and you can if there's a source of light which emits light, and if you can mix them and reflect on some sort of white place, or let's say in your screens there's some sort of LEDs that just emits a mixture of these kind of colors, and you can add them in a different proportion, and then you can have the color you want by mixing them in a proper way. But whereas when you start to print things on the paper, then things change. So if you do painting with brushes, and you will see actually mixing all colors don't give you the white. Actually, once if you do painting, if you try to mix colors, then you end up with some sort of muddy color like brown. And this is this is because of the paints are subtractive colors, which means that whenever white light is emitted on paper, the dye subtracts everything except the relevant color. If it is red, for example, or magenta in this case, the magenta color absorbs all the color and only emits magenta, whereas with the cyan is the same, and the yellow is the same. The story is that with the K represents the black, and the fact is, even if you try to mix all colors, it is pretty difficult to achieve the true black. That's why the printing systems has the black explicitly, which gives you the true black, because it is somewhat rather difficult to achieve. So this is the story between the RGB and CMYK, and whereas one means the additive colors and being the other one being the subtractive colors. But for the time being, we are going to stick to RGBA, which we're going to visit the screen. So I ask, where is magenta? And then you can see magenta. It's here. When you mix color, then you can actually our eyes make some sort of illusion by replaying these wavelengths, and then it creates as if there's another wavelength visible, but it's actually a mixture of different wavelengths. So visiting of terminology, color terminology, we can talk about the hue. Hue represents the color itself, and you can on the right-hand side you can see there's a circle there, and well, particularly if you try to rotate an angle, which is just a representation, of course, you can get a different color. So by changing the hue's angle, you can get some sort of different colors, whereas the chroma and saturation defines the amount of color. So the more chroma you have, the more, for example, if it's red, you see a more live red, whereas the lightness and brightness is the amount of light that is running on the color. And so if you have less chroma or saturation, then the colors become boring. Whereas if you reduce the lightness and brightness, then the things become more darker and darker. Now there's the concept of gamut. Gamut is like a range of colors. So almost all of us are familiar with RGB, right? There's 16 million colors represented. But there are other color spaces as well, which is called, for example, a mostly supported one is called P3. And P3 is supported by actually most Apple Book devices already there in their laptop screens, and a lot of devices supported that, start to support that. And what this gives us that there were some colors that were more live and vivid colors, that were not possible to generate with RGB, and now we do have access to them. Let's see an example. This is Chrome DevTools, and you can see when you specify a color with this cryptic display P3, which is very cryptic if you ask me. You can see on the left-hand side there's a white border, which the left-hand side of this white border is the RGB space. This is where we are familiar. But if you transcend this region, you can see actually more live and vivid colors are available, which is beyond RGB space. And today, by using a gamut like P3, you can actually start using them. This is supported by most browsers, most popular browsers, and also there's a more and more support coming to many devices. But we have our RGBA, well, which is the red, green, blue, and the alpha. What's wrong with this? There's something very wrong with this. The problem is that they're not very human perceptive. So if I say a color like 76, 53, and 72, what that color means, it's hard for humans to grasp. That's why we end up with different color spaces, such as, well, HSL and HSV. In particular, the CSS supports HSL, where the H part represents the hue, the color. The S is the saturation if you go horizontal on the axis, whereas the L make it lighter and lighter, which approximates to white if you go upwards direction, and if you go to black if you go to downwards direction. So this somehow is far more human friendly, because by playing with HSL parameters, then I can just make the color a bit lighter or change the hue. But there's one fundamental problem with HSL. So for that, I'd like to address this screenshot. So on the left-hand side, you can see there's a tortoise swimming in the ocean or sea, and in the blue color, and somehow someone decided to shift the hue, which is the color itself, by 30 degrees. Notice, actually, once you do that with HSL, actually the color, the brightness changes. It becomes a little bit more brighter, noisy. And apparently, the way implemented HSL is vulnerable to the problem. It's just it once you change the hue, it also changes the light itself. So it's not it's a little particularly susceptible to this problem. And another example, you can see that the HSL here, you can see the colorized and decolorized version. The colors are not the same. The lightness actually is not the same. If you go horizontally from the below section, you can see the dark. There are some portions that are darker. For that, to address this problem, there's a new system called OKLCH, and which actually somewhat addresses this problem. And let's see this how OKLCH works. So on the left pane, you can see the button, and we somehow, let's say, decided to change the hue of it, which is from 270 to we changed the H parameter to 90. But you can see the moment we change it, we actually start to lose the contrast. The white and the green aren't very distinguishable. Whereas with OKLCH, which is supported by all browsers now, if we just change the hue from 294 to 135, then we can still keep the contrast, which is very important for accessibility. Whereas this slide shows there are two ways to start use this LAB or LCH. One is the confusingly a vertical axis, but most people don't use it. We probably use the OKLCH, where L stands for the lightness, the C stands for the chroma, which is this direction, and H stands for the hue, which defines the color. There was an earlier edition called LCH, but apparently this was also susceptible to a problem where there are some portions of the color aren't homogeneous, and OKLCH fixes this problem. And today I would recommend for color space, OKLCH probably is your best bet. So let's see a demo with the OKLCH color picker. So this is an application where you can play with different parameters. So you can see here I can play with the light parameter, the chroma, the saturation, and the alpha. Well, this is a little bit. This is available in different. And finally, you can see I can play with the hue itself, which says that, well, P3 isn't available on this monitor because I'm the monitor I'm using. So then it falls back to as an RGB space. But playing with this, you can have very good sense of what's going on with this OKLCH color, and which gives you remember the advantage is that you can play with the hue without worrying about the light changes. It has supported things like SVG as well. And there's actually something very, very recently landed into the browser called relative color syntax. And let me just go through this demo as well. So this is a blog post from Adam Argyle, which I'm a big fan of him. And he basically demonstrates the capabilities of the relative color syntax, which is actually, you can particularly get a color like blue and say that, well, I would like to increment the lightness of it by 25 per unit. And then you end up with just a different blue, which is lighter, so that you can just actually alter the existing colors as well. And here's another demo, which is actually making it 75% lighter. And here's another one, just minus 25, making it a little bit darker. So this way, you can just generate your own color palettes based on your brand color. Here's again, it just sets it to 25%, actually, just as a new value for the lightness. And you can also use things like HSL. It's not necessary to use OKLCH for this kind of thing. Again, it made the saturation to 100% for the same color. And there are other examples here which you can visit. Make increase the saturation, and also you can if you subtract everything from 1, you can actually get inverted color. So if you have a color, you can invert it by parametrically, dynamically by using this kind of syntax, or you can complement the color if you add the hue by 180, and similarly. You can create contrasts by subtracting some 40, 50, 60 from it, or, well, there are a lot of goodies. And also, it is possible to create your own color palettes based on this thing. Once you have your brand color, as I said, you can just introduce your own color palette by playing with this kind of thing. Let's move on to the new measurement units. This was all about color, so I highly suggest you to check out what's new in color. Well, the pixel is somewhat very well known, but there was one confusing aspect of pixels, which we'll think about it. So once we talk about the pixel in CSS, it's never the pixel that's on the screen as device pixel, but it's called something called a reference pixel. And that is by default, well, depending on the monitor, let's say if it's 96 dpi, which is somewhat a bit lower these days, a pixel refers to a 1/96 of an inch. So it's actually, whenever pixel, in CSS world, we never talk about an actual device pixel anymore. Those days are gone, perhaps 10 years ago. There's a concept of M or versus REM. I highly recommend you to stick to REM as much as you can instead of pixels, because if you stick to REM, by default, there's an equation of 1 REM is equal to 16 pixel. But for accessibility purposes, there's a browser setting the users can modify this equality. And that way, actually, by using REMs everywhere instead of pixels, and you have a good reason, you can just make more applications more accessible for people who need it. There are other minor units like percentages, which is the percent of parent size. There's a unit called X, which is the height of letter of X as in the current form, and there's a CH, which is the width of the 0 letter. So depending on your needs, you can also use these less known units as well. Actually, there are something like 50 units, but I'm not covering. I'm just touching some of them. Again, and somewhat a very old unit, which is viewport units, which is like a if you say 100 VW, it means that I would like to consume 100% of viewport, which is either the browser screen, or if it's a mobile phone, that means the 100% of the width. And similarly, you can use a VH for the vertical height. What is less known is there are more interesting aspects of it, like the vmin or vmax, where, for example, we can say, well, whichever direction is the mean or max, depending on orientation. I would like to use that, which is, I would say, probably not much useful. But what's more useful is that, again, this year, another CSS feature has landed, which is called small VH, LVH, and DVH. If you use a mobile phone, you notice that the browsers, the address bar and the button bar sometimes comes in and comes out. And depending on that, it's somewhat difficult to adjust your true page size because it's somewhat dynamic. So by using SVH, you can assume for the smallest case, whereas the LVH represents the maximum possible case, and DVH automatically adapts depending on the space available. If those things, the address bar and the button bar just comes up, and then it just automatically narrows and adjusts your unit as well. So this is possible, and I particularly enjoy using DVH. There are other units as well, but there are different combinations, VI, VB, SVH, but you can check it out. This is a little bit, there are too many variants of these cases. Let's talk about the container and the style queries. This is also new, somewhat I think landed this year into Chrome. So we know that there's media queries, depending on, you can adjust the screen size or just whatever the component size. Well, if there are breakpoints, right? If it is too large, apply this style sheet and other things. Now we can apply these things based on the container itself, not the viewport. And let's see a demo for that again. What do I mean by that? So you can see there's a container here, and depending on how you narrow down, it can change its orientation. Notice the outer frame, the viewport's dimensions don't change. It still stays the same, but the container itself changes, and depending on that, it can react differently. This is also supported by all browsers now, so this is something you can use today. Whereas style query is something slightly different, and this is only supported by Chrome to this day, not supported by Safari. So depending on some context, if the parent container has some context, it can apply some of the styles. So let's see a brief demo for that. So the demo says that, well, for example, here there's a debug parameter. Depending on the debug parameter defined, we can just if you make this false, for example, which is a little bit counterintuitive for this example, it will make these borders available, because this container says that, well, whenever this is false, I would like to outline, put an outline to everything. And so you can define some sort of interesting contexts depending on your use cases. It's a little bit confusing, I know. Let's talk about CSS Houdini. CSS Houdini is an experimental API. It's not supported by Safari. In particular, it has interesting things like Paint API, which we will look at. The properties, the custom properties and type properties are supported by Safari as well. In Firefox, I think it's polyfilled. Let's see a demo for that as well. By using Houdini, you can do pretty interesting things, which is not possible normally. So this example shows that you can just generate a gradient with the corners. And how you code this is actually well, this example is a little bit complicated. You basically tell the CSS what kind of painting you want to do. You basically write some sort of JavaScript here by using the Canvas API, and it actually generates the background for you. So you can generate interesting backgrounds like slanted background. This code is somewhat very simple. You can just generate a geometry, and then, well, there's no image here. It just allows you to generate backgrounds. You can see there are some interesting demos here. Perhaps you can generate a tooltip. Well, rough boxes here, and you can programmatically adjust them as well. For example, you can generate a non-rectangular borders. So this is available if you use the Paint API, and the Chrome, and it supports this, and then I think for Safari and Firefox, it can be polyfilled as well. It's pretty interesting. Finally, we'll talk about the CSS animation API. Well, CSS animations is very, very old. There's nothing new in them primarily. So this demo just covers a very basic example, which is something you are familiar with that. Just a very trivial example. You can do these things for like 10 years, but you can look at the documentation. What is interesting about CSS animation is that, well, starting with Chrome 84, they become a little bit more sophisticated. In particular, with JavaScript, you can a little bit program them in a more complex way. This demo is a little buggy in Chrome, but basically, you can just combine multiple animations with JavaScript and just make it behave, or react based on whenever an animation stops. I would like to execute some sort of other portion of code. In particular, you can do this kind of things, or even while an animation is ongoing, without even you can start a new animation and it can continue from the last known start location. So this demo shows that. Or you can even combine and compose different animations, or you can replace them. Here you can see that there's a zooming and rotation happening. You can compose them in an additive way or in an accumulative way. So both of them are possible. This way you can just create a different, for example, bouncing effects is possible. And perhaps what's super new this year that has landed is the Weave Transitions API. I'm personally very excited on this. Let's see a demo. Basically, Weave Transition API allow you to generate. Actually, if you have two different versions of the DOM tree, you can the browser can automatically animate from one version to another for you. So it's far easier. It can find out the difference by itself, and then it can generate. And that's a very simple demo. Is that so this code just JavaScript, it just inserts a new HTML. That's all it does. There's no CSS. There's not much CSS here except the configuration part. And whenever you click, you can see there's a fading and a cross-fading. It can cross-fade the page. And it's super simple to build this kind of animations these days. Whenever the browser can figure out there are two different versions of it. Perhaps another version would be interesting bit. It would be maybe Star Wars Swipe. So you can see that you can build this kind of animations. And this is not a third-party framework. There's no special thing. It's super simple. You just tell the browser what it should do whenever there is a two different version of the same diff. Yeah, basically, this is all I was going to cover. Thank you for listening. I hope I tried to touch as much as possible. My intention wasn't just to show you how, but just create some sort of awareness about the new CSS goodies. And for timing, that's all from me.
All right, good stuff. I like the juxtaposition of like great new CSS and a Hotmail address at the same time. So that's pretty cool. So
that shows my age, actually. So. Yeah.
So I really love the idea that we now have all these features that basically allow us to do layouts that are super super creative and super dependent on the end user. Because my biggest problem was always trying to explain CSS to people. They always try to make it paint on the screen. They liked pixels. They said like, this is 50 pixels there, 20 pixels there. Whereas like, I always thought CSS to me is basically making sure that end users can actually consume the content. And you have no idea how to control it, because it might be a mobile phone, it might be a big screen, it might be a small screen. So we have to think more in boundaries rather than we actually think in like definitions.
Yeah, declaratively.
Yeah, and especially the reading order and these kind of things, and also makes it easier because people were always like having the inline and the content row direction now is much better than thinking top, left, right, center, and making sure to everything going on there. Although at the same time, I find it that CSS is going so much leaps and bounds that it becomes harder to actually start to understand. And defining all the sizes, rem, EMs, VH, Vmax, Vmin. How do you get around that? How do you make sure that you're actually keeping up to speed? What are resources that you think people should take a look at and keep finding out new things about that?
Yeah, that's very true. It's growing and becoming a little bit hard to grasp and keep up. And what I do is particularly first, I kind of like this stuff because every feature gives you a little bit more power on some of the things you were struggling before, and it somewhat makes your life easier. And I particularly follow the browser release notes. So I every month I look at for example, Chrome's or Safari's release notes, and then look at what are the new features they added. And from there, I start to read their documentation, and then try to find a good use of it. Where can I use this kind of stuff? But I particularly enjoy because the more knowledge you have, it gives you a little bit more power. But I also agree, it is not easy to keep up, even for me as well.
I do like that when you actually use Visual Studio Code, that it actually is really quick in taking on these things. So when you actually write CSS and you do a number, and then it actually will show you all the options that you have, like VH, VBin, rem, these kind of things. But there's so many implementation issues at times when I always find it very confusing when you are in the CSS world and you follow the thought leaders in CSS. There's like, this new feature is there, but don't use it. This new feature is there, and it's dangerous when you do it in these sizes. Like pixels, we were unable to resize pixels because of Internet Explorer 6, so that's a long time ago. It's kind of the easiest things that people still understand, but in like a world with different devices and different device pixel ratio, a pixel means nothing anymore, does it?
Well, that problem is somewhat addressed. Now pixels are actually called reference pixels. In the old times, you were right, they were very, very hard to consume. And I think now sticking to pixels is somewhat safer compared to what's 10 years ago. But as I said, there are other dimensions, such as respecting users' accessibility properties. And that's why I particularly recommend, unless you have a very good reason, sticking to REM is better, because by default, by definition, one REM is 16 pixel. That's hard-coded. But the users have, from their browser settings, can alter this equation. Perhaps I'd like to see things a little bit more bigger because I have some eyesight problem. So it's best to respect to users' accessibility issues as well. But I think we are a little bit safer hands compared to what 10 to 15 years ago, or those Internet Explorer times.
Well, especially when it comes to tooling as well. I mean, I worked on the Edge developer tools, and we have these like simulation, for example, high contrast mode. That is a real pain to actually change your whole operating system to test, but you can actually see the website like a user with high contrast would see it. And then you realize you cannot rely on background images. You cannot rely on color. You actually have to think about all the contrast between foreground and background. There's lots of automated checks for these kind of things as well. So I think the biggest thing that you talked about today, and great, thank you for going so much into detail, is the whole color spaces issue. That's something where people who have learned it from back in the days, basically asking their designer what the hex code of that color is, and then that was that. getting your head around that is a trickier issue, isn't it? But I think it's important as well.
So generating color palettes, and as you said, trying to address the contrast properly was a very big issue. And we are so lucky. I feel so lucky that now we have things like OKLCH, which makes it trivial to generate color palettes that are safe to consume and they have good ratio. It's enjoyable to get an existing color which you don't know what it is and just make it a little bit darker or lighter on the CSS level. It's a very powerful concept, and I feel we are very lucky. Otherwise, in the past times, these things are very, very tedious.
Well, it's things we learned from pre-processors and post-processors like stylus and these kind of things. They always had a darken and a lighten mix in, and we didn't have that in CSS. But because a pre-processor or post-processor can do things that the browser can't do because it's not live in the system. Like I loved when we got variables or like custom properties in CSS because they're actually three-dimensional. I can access them from JavaScript and change them. I can write them hard-coded in HTML, or I can actually use them in CSS. Whereas like CSS variables in something like stylus didn't work. They just got rendered into something else later on. So one question that people have here is like, what feature is still missing in CSS?
Probably I'm not the right person to answer it, but I particularly like, for example, CSS Houdini to grow. So one of the things you mentioned, for me, I feel like at each version there's a CSS spec coming up, and it's hard to keep up. And at some point, I think this should be a little bit more addressable by programmatically rather than trying to memorize 100 properties and 100 different features. So CSS Houdini is actually a little bit candidate for that. It gives you to programmatically generate your own layouts, painting API, and other things. So unfortunately, the status is somewhat frozen. Maybe a small thing I'm expecting. I'm really expecting this to come, and in CSS level 5. For example, whenever you use media queries, well, you have to say, well, this is unless you use plain CSS. This has to be, you give a range. This should be less smaller than 1,200 pixels and this kind of thing. And in CSS level 5, which is supported by no browser, we can actually parameterize these things, these media variables, and then you can reuse it other than every time typing 1,200, etc. Unless you use a preprocessor, it's a different story. I'm not much fan of preprocessors because they somewhat get in the way. I feel like that. And I like to change things directly from inside the browser while tuning. And if you use a preprocessor, then you have this discrepancy. You need to sync it back and forth. Sometimes source maps help, but yeah.
Oh God, there's no standard for source maps, so that was a total pain to make that happen as well. Well, an interesting thing is that with calc in CSS, you can do like a clamping, or with the clamping stuff as well, where you can say like, okay, I want to have fluid typography, but I want to set boundaries. And I think that makes a lot of sense to have that in there as well. And there's now trigonometry functions in there as well, like sine and cosine and these kind of things. I wonder, though, when you said like Houdini, that you get more access to the render of the browser directly there. I always wondered if CSS was not such a success in the design world because it was not programming. You know, like I like the fact that you can rely on inbuilt properties and inbuilt functionality rather than having to understand how a renderer works and how a browser does something. I think there is a huge barrier to understand what a browser does, and I don't think we should, I don't know if you agree, but I don't think we should actually expect developers to know that just to build a product on the web. It feels like too much power and too much low-level functionality.
That what you say is true. I think from a designer perspective, well, trying to encapsulate into programming will certainly isolate them. I agree with your sentiment as well. On the other hand, I'm also a little bit torn up. There's so much stuff is coming up, and I felt a little bit more hard to keep up with the new properties. So I don't know the right solution. Perhaps my mind works I'm as a developer profession, so my mind still keeps this developer caveman inside. I want everything to be programmable. But what you say makes sense. CSS by itself gives a little bit more. It's a declarative syntax, and it's far more designer friendly than being a programmable thing.
Well, it goes back to the Open Web Manifesto. We basically said we don't want magic on the web. We just basically want control over the things as well. Like, why is a video player displayed the way it is? Then we got Shadow DOM, and we can now access all the bits of it and can override them and design them accordingly. And what I love two bits about these new features is that if you look at the source code of the developer tools and the browser itself, which you can do, you can open the F12 developer tools, you can undock them to a window, you can open the developer tools again, and then you can actually inspect the tools themselves in the tools. And there you will find that a lot of the really bleeding edge stuff that will come to the web later on is already used by browser makers now. That's what I love about this, that like these features don't come out of the blue because somebody liked them, but we test them in the browsers themselves, and also in Visual Studio Code. If you look at that source code of that interface, then we can actually see the things already in production and ready for you to use by the time they actually get supported by all browsers.
I'm a big fan of web components and Shadow DOM. So the browsers allow you to look inside. I think perhaps next year there will be a first time a web component will be shipped by a browser called, I think, Select List or Select Menu, where it's a fully customizable drop-down list, which is very difficult right now to customize it. I haven't seen the question, by the way.
It's I'm just wanted to come back to that because people wanted basically under sections in select boxes. They wanted multi-level select boxes, which are available in other platforms, but not the web. So that's why this new component will come out. And actually, because people put HRs in there and try to make it work, and the HTML parser said, no, don't want to have that. It's kind of tricky. So one question from the audience was like, how can designers make sure that use of CSS logical properties meets accessibility standards and is inclusive for users with disabilities? I guess that goes back to what I said. Like if you use CSS clamp, sometimes you have users that need bigger fonts, but you as a designer made a decision to say like, it shouldn't get bigger than that. How do you see that in between, that tension?
Well, in particular, I couldn't make a direct connection with the logical properties with disabilities, but it's a little bit more. So it's still an inclusive thing, but inclusiveness isn't just for restricted to disabilities, but it's a different part of the region of the world, different part of the world using different kind of things. So basically, you're saying that, well, I'm not going to use logical properties. I'm going to stick to left or right. Then basically, you're saying that, well, I don't care about 400 million Arabic speakers. It's I don't have to be nice, and it's actually something that could hurt your business as well. I actually worked in the Gulf region as well professionally. I developed software for these people, and every time we don't address these things, and they were not happy whenever we didn't make our application right to left friendly. So it's this kind of inclusiveness, but I can't directly correlate the disabilities and with the logical properties. But I would recommend sticking to logical properties should be default, your default way. I mean, try not to use things like width and height starting from today if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to like basic localization and basic translation as well. Like the other day, I was basically using my partner's computer, and she had set it up to translate everything into German. So I didn't know that. So basically, I looked at a lot of websites, and as German is about 5 times as long, or like, okay, 1.7 times as long as English, there's still an amazing amount of websites out there that expect a certain amount of numbers of letters or words in a sentence and break when they're not there. So basically, overflow hidden, these kind of things is a very, very terrible idea to use, because you want to embrace that people have different content in there, and people do translate websites with their browser these days. So you don't even know what your design might look like in end users' cases.
Yeah, that's true. That's why sticking to dynamic designs is a big deal, as you said.
Yeah, it was interesting because I complained to friends in Netflix that the translation is really, really bad, and that we don't do translation. What are you talking about? So it was actually the browser translation, so that was bad. But the other question here, one that is interesting to see, like, will there ever be something new after CSS for styling the web?
Well, I can't see what will happen 20 years later. But the thing is, now we have a good pace of standardization, and now some very good browser alignment, and we don't want to lose that. Remember, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was a lot of discrepancy between the browsers, which supported this and that, and then we sorted things like jQuery, which tried to solve these kind of problems. I think the biggest thing is just we have now this standardization, and it's very important. So I expect this standardization becoming growing, and then become a little bit more. So I can't estimate anything that will come after CSS. Perhaps again, maybe CSS Houdini might drag out, but it's actually progressively it's somewhat frozen. I'm not seeing any progress coming up. That another thing one might consider is that perhaps progressive web applications. So there's a good potential of them where a progressive application is like a web application where it can be installed natively to your browser, and it has facilities like running offline or running background tasks. And this somehow makes the developer's life easier because you can develop one application rather than a native counterpart of it. But again, the trends aren't very strong as for progressive applications for now either. So
same as people embrace Tailwind, which is basically much more oppressive and restrictive than CSS to a degree is, because people say they're working only on components and they want to control on that micro level what's going on there. So that's a fight that we still have to, or a discussion that we still need to have. Like, if you have lots of like fixed components and they make up one interface, you cannot support the world. But if you actually think about CSS top level down, it's a different story. But that's a fight that's a discussion we had for years and years, that basically don't rely on the look and feel. Well, we're out of time, so I thank you very much for this kind of overview. That people have been asking for the slides, so if you publish them somewhere, or you tell them, you send them to us, we can send them to the people who saw you today. And it was great having you. Hope to see you come back for our Congress or some other live day.
Yeah,
thanks for that.
I'll publish it to my LinkedIn profile. So take a note of that. You can find me there, and you can find the slides. Thank you very much. Have a good day for everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And that was the last talk of today, but that's not the last thing we're going to have in our live day, which is not on the schedule. But we're actually now talking to Darko Boskowski here about a community that he's working with, and we are also working with, and we want to get some bit of information, background information, what's going on with community building, with community running. So back on stage, Darko, and I hope I haven't mangled your name. How do you pronounce your family name?
Bozinovsky, but I imagine it's a bit hard to pronounce, and that's fine.
Borzinovsky.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's pretty good. Thanks.
Excellent. Where are you coming from? You're from?
Skopje, North Macedonia.
Macedonia. Okay, yeah. Excellent. So you are part of a community that actually has an interesting name. Why don't you introduce yourself a bit, what you're doing there, and why we should be considering joining that community and doing meetups?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm running a local branch of this thing called Beer.js, which also happens to be a global thing and a global idea, but it's sort of a distributed community for JavaScript enthusiasts. It shouldn't be seen as a single thing, more as a concept and an idea, and everybody's basically doing their own thing with meetups. Some of us do more of a conference or mini conference or meetup style things. Others do more of round tables or workshops or stuff like that. So everybody adapts to the needs of their local community, but they are under the umbrella of, we just want to hang out, share some wisdom about JavaScript, and, have that feel of a community, local and global as well.
Sorry. Cool. How did you get involved with Beer.js community, and what motivated you to join? Like, what was the thing? Was it the beer or the JS?
Well, in both actually, because I love beer quite a bit. But what made me start my local branch at first was the fact that our local IT scene, even though it was pretty lively in terms of like there were a bunch of startups, there were a bunch of companies and so forth, there wasn't a real sense of community. And I wanted to attend, events and to learn and share and all of that. But to do that, I had to travel quite a bit. And what ultimately made me start this thing was, this very selfish motivation of like, I want to see more events happen around here because I want to attend more of those. So, the only way to deterministically solve a problem is to, solve it yourself pretty much. So that's how I got started. But the reason I chose BeerJS and not, something of my own invention was this Hacker News post around 2017. I pretty much stumbled upon, there are a bunch of people that organize this thing called BeerJS, and the way you get permission to do it is you fork a GitHub repo, you ask the person that administrates it, and you're off to the races pretty much.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, a bit like the JS community event started as well, where basically like, hey, if you want to do it, do it. The brand is there. And it's not like hindered by something like a Google Developer Expert meeting or a Microsoft meeting and these kind of things. So in terms of the local flavor, do you run them in English? Do you run them in your own language? Is it a mix?
It's a mix, depending on two things: the speakers and the audience. When we get international speakers, like obviously it has to be in English, but depending on the makeup of the audience, when we have some people from the outside that would like to hear a presentation and they announced it to us, we try to accommodate them by having the presentations in English. Otherwise, we have them on our native language, and that usually works for us.
Mm-hmm. So how do you think BeerJS sets itself apart from other meetups like JavaScript communities? How would you describe the uniqueness of it? Like what makes you different than the 1,000 others that are there?
Well, I would say primarily the lack of rules on one hand, and having a code of conduct on the other hand, which might sound contradictory, but it really isn't. Like having something of a code of conduct really just ensures that we are being decent to one another. The bare minimum of having people in a place, having respect for one another when being in a single space. But beyond that, the uniqueness is, usually like to call it the punk and indie nature of the event. So you'd really be hard pressed to find two BeerJS meetups that are the same, but we still share a Slack channel, share a GitHub organization, talk to each other occasionally, share online materials and so forth. So it's a loosely knit distributed thing. That's probably the most unique thing about it.
So what are the things you're sharing on the GitHub repo?
Well, that's another thing that everybody does, how they see fit. Some organizations, some branches of BeerJS choose to use GitHub as the place where they organize their meetups. Like each issue is a date for a meetup and stuff like that. So they're sort of abusing the GitHub issue system as an equivalent to meetup.com, for example. Others use it for their own websites, yet others use it for their blogs and so forth. But there are no hard and fast rules. The space is there to accommodate your needs, and the organization is there to help you along with that. So yeah, I think that sums it up.
Branches of BeerJS on GitHub. I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Excellent. So what other events or activities do you normally do? Is it just meetups? Is it just brown bags? Or what kind of stuff happens? You said it's pretty loose, so I guess a lot of them.
Yeah, well, I could probably, it's best that I talk about my own branch that I run around here. We usually run either like a very small conference format or a mini conference format, and we have either 2 or 3 speakers depending on the size of the event. Drinks are on the sponsors when we have them. Otherwise, like people get their own drinks and hang out. Usually the only requirement we have is that the presentation is somewhere around 25 to 30 minutes, and it's at least tangentially related to JavaScript. It doesn't really have to be, really about JavaScript. I mean, we've had presentations about Lisp, for example, that transpiles to JavaScript, so that's at least tangentially related, I suppose. But yeah, the format is largely that. Plus, we have a Q&A session afterwards, which, to my great pleasure, is getting more and more active. And we've had presentations where the Q&A sessions lasted as much as the presentation, which, makes for an interesting experience.
Which is, yeah, it's sometimes a thing like where somebody is an expert on something and he wants to do a presentation. He's afraid of public speaking, but he's happy to answer questions.
Yeah.
So I think there is that is a type of presentation that we're not doing enough. Like that, basically, we tell people do a 3-minute introductory slide thing, what you're going to cover, and then just ask questions. But then, of course, you end up with no questions. As you said, you're happy that there's that started. How do you work around that? Do you precede it with putting people in the audience to ask questions, or how do you break the ice?
Well, two things. I started by avoiding preceding. I wanted it to be spontaneous. But I have this friend that basically, so just as a background story, whenever somebody asks a question, as a motivator, we usually give them a t-shirt. And,
Okay.
there's sort of that incentive. But I have a friend that to date has a collection of all of the t-shirts ever, because he's always like there going to break the ice. And I've sort of low-key started relying on that friend to, just start breaking the ice. And after the first person breaks that ice, it's, it's open the floodgates to everybody, feels more comfortable, and the discussion develops, and it feels more like this community experience more than just watching somebody that's on stage.
What kind of locations do you pick? Do you also pick pubs, or is it mostly offices and stuff?
Well, the big events we have at a local, let's call it a pub sort of place, which has an event hall. And, it has a bar, so it's a combined space where you can just go grab a beer, watch the presentation, it all works. The smaller ones, usually we have at hacker spaces. We have a couple of hacker spaces around. They have this sort of community area with a stage and with cameras and all of the things you might need to record and stream and have an event. So we tend around those two types of venues for the most part.
Mm-hmm. In general, Beer.js, how big is it? Just not your chapter, but like how many locations does it cover already? Has it grown as much as they wanted it to grow, just by being open and hacker news to say like do your own thing?
Yeah, well, currently we have about 110-ish branches, I think, in various cities around the world. All of them are, active to varying degrees. In bigger cities, you can expect them to be a bit more active. In smaller ones, not so much. Some of them are sort of, let's call it on life support, because there's nobody to champion them. But it's really up to the community to keep it up. Our local ones tend to be about, depending on the topics and the interest from the audience, somewhere from 100 to 230 in attendance, usually.
Okay, that's a lot of people. I remember back in the day we had these bar camps, basically where like anybody who has to come had to contribute, and that was basically an aggressive answer to the very organized conferences where you just have to look at a speaker on stage. But yeah, that didn't scale to like 100 or 150 people. Do you see that? Do you see a follow-up that people who have been joining the first few Beer.js that you organized became presenters later on as well? Do you see that happening, or do people volunteer to be part of it?
At first it was a real struggle finding people to get on stage, as usually it is the case with young communities. But as time passed, more and more volunteers, started saying, hey, I want to talk about this, or I want to talk about this, and so forth. So, to make that process easier, we also started a Discord channel so that anybody that might want to speak, just types me a message, and I basically save them a spot on the next available event. So it took some time, but it's currently I don't really have that much work finding speakers or motivating people to get on stage. So it's been a good experience.
Do you also stream it on Discord when it happens, or is it just more of a community tool for you?
Well, no, not on Discord, but we are streaming every event live on YouTube. We have. Plus, we usually just, cut up the talks with the recordings, share presentations and all of that, just to make sure that even those people that weren't able to attend for whatever reason do feel involved and do feel a sense of connectedness and community with BeerJS.
Mm-hmm. You talked about that the code of conduct is a very important thing to you. And how do you, what kind of experiences did you have? Did you have code of conduct violations so far? How did you deal with them? Or what can you tell somebody who wants to do a BeerJS as well, what to expect?
Frankly and happily enough, I haven't had a single complaint so far. People tend to be pretty decent when coming to a meetup, but I think that it also has to do with setting the expectation. We're very front and center that, hey, we have a code of conduct. We expect everybody involved to, stick to the rules, and we'll all have a good time. So just as a general advice to community builders out there, have a set of rules. They don't have to be, that hardcore or, that detailed, because people, when coming to these sorts of events, don't come with a bad intention. They come with the intention of being part of that community or exploring or seeing whether it's for them. So that doesn't imply anything bad by default. But still, have those rules in place so that at least you have a framework to deal with those unwanted situations when they tend to happen.
Yeah, and just pointing out that there are repercussions, that people that say, like, I mean, a lot of people publish a code of conduct and basically say, like, we have one. But like saying, like, no, there is no tolerance for that kind of stuff, and you will be kicked out if you do, and basically you will not be invited again. These kind of things, I think are super important. I started earlier today with this. Like, there's a punk club here in Berlin where I go out to concerts, and they have the beer glasses that actually say there's no place for racism, anti-Semitism, and these kind of things. So sadly enough, they don't sell them, but that would be a great thing to get started with a BeerJS as well. Like, the code of conduct is on the cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a good idea and something that we might actually do. Thank you for that.
It's a very simple thing. Like, while you're drinking, I mean, one thing though that I have to wonder about, like, BeerJS is a funny name, is a great name, but it could be seen as non-inclusive to people who don't drink.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that?
Well, we have it in our code of conduct that any sort of drinking isn't mandatory. It's a choice. We respect every choice out there. And if you want to drink, you can participate with drinking. If you don't want to drink for whatever reason, you're welcome to participate as well. The name is, I think that it initially started as a play on the social nature of, people go out for beers or for coffee or whatever. But I imagine that BeerJS sounded a bit better than something like CoffeeJS, for example. So I think it stems from the social nature that when people go out for beers and so forth. This is more of a play on that than, the choice about whether you drink or not.
I remember in London we did during the day meetups called HTML, with T as like T as like, and that was basically the counter argument to that one. I see that your sponsors, that your partners and sponsors on the BeerJS that you do. One of them is Halfstack, which is also a good friend of mine, and I spoke at all of them, and I love the idea of having the conference in a pub and having a pub quiz. Are you thinking of adding something like that as well, to have more of a quiz thing? I mean, you could do a code 100 there if you wanted to. Like, is this something you're thinking about, or is it more like we stick to the presentation bit?
We're not really set on a format. We're not, as the nature of the event is Indian punk, we're always like up for experimenting. We've had raffles, we've had quizzes, we've had a bunch of different things on the events. I mean, on the special ones, we tend to have them on the birthday editions or, stuff like that. But yeah, we're pretty much open to anything that might provide, value and engagement to the community, make things interesting for them.
What's the cadence of, and when is the next one running in your place?
It's going to take place in December. We haven't decided on a date yet. The usual amount we have them is about 6 per year, of which like we have 3 big ones, 3 smaller ones, but we are experimenting with those as well, just to make sure that we don't get boring to the audience, because we are still a small IT scene, and we are probably the most active community around here, and oversaturation tends to bore people. So we're trying to balance that thing out, but we'll see. We'll probably stick to around 5 next year, and we're still experimenting and learning, of course.
What's the mixture of people coming to your events? Like, is it mostly developers, designers, product managers? Do you allow recruiters, or get they thrown out, or what's going on there?
Well, let's start with the obvious hot topic, recruiters. I mean, we're not kicking them out, of course, but let's say we're trying to keep them on a short leash. They aren't allowed to, just walk around and, bother and pester people. We're really against that. And whenever I'm talking to a sponsor, trying to very clearly convey that is the case. This is not a commercial event. The idea is not to commercialize any of these things. So yeah, but beyond recruiters, it's a very mixed bag, I would say. We have designers, we have front-end and back-end developers, we have DevOps people there. We even have people that have nothing to do with development, like people that do, let's say, 3D design, 3D modeling, and so forth. And they just come because they like the sense of community, and they get to see some people that otherwise they wouldn't be able to. So we usually call it the balcony track, because one of the venues has this large balcony place where people that aren't interested in the presentation just walk out and hang out. So it sort of works out for everybody, even for the people that might not necessarily be into the topic that's discussed on stage.
Well, you got a lot of people watching right now. What do you need from us? What do you want to see more? Do you want to see more BeerJS somewhere else? Do you want to see more people coming to yours? Here's your megaphone. Go for
it. Yeah, well, if you're looking to start a community or would like to have this unique community for yourself, just open a GitHub issue on our BeerJS meta repo, where I'm the person plus Jordan. Hi, Jordan. That we're handling those issues. And once you open that, you're an equal member of the BeerJS family, let's call it, and we're here to help with any kind of event and experience you might have. Build a community for your local people, because there is a huge value of being a part of a community as a developer, and the reverse, having developers in your community. It's a great thing to have.
When I worked at Mozilla, we had this event out of a box where basically we allowed people to actually do Mozilla meetups in every place that they want to have. And we gave them like slide decks. We gave them like guidelines how to deal with these kind of things. So is this something that you have as a README, or is this something that you do on a one-by-one basis?
We do have a starter kit of sorts. I wouldn't want to call it a starter kit because it's really a loose thing. Some examples about how to get started, some things that could help along, some advice about, how to make stickers if you're so inclined. But if for any kind of specific help, we have a Slack channel, we have the issues open, and we're pretty responsive in general. And for any issues that you might encounter, we have your back. We're here for you.
Well, thank you so much. This was great talking to you. And I guess everything will be offline then and online and these kind of things. So great to meet you. Great to have you here. And hopefully we're going to do some stuff in the future together as well. And you inspired some people to actually have a great BeerJS meetup themselves. And yeah, that's it for today, I think. So we're off to get a beer now, I guess.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity. It was great talking to you as well.
All right. See you at the Congress?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Well, that was it on the live day for WebDev. I'm very happy that this happened. I'm very happy because I'm a web developer by heart, and it's great to see those things and having so many great speakers. Follow us up, and we're gonna publish the links that we get, like all the things that we have. The videos will be edited soon and will be available on WeAreDevelopers. And hopefully you learned something today. And I did a few things I didn't know about yet. And it was also great to see people actually coming and just doing that. If you're also interested in speaking, we have a call for papers on the next edition of Live. That's going to start next year as well. And we are going to have one more this year as well. So take a look at the CFP, because we always want you to present something. And it's a very simple format. You just need a camera, you need a microphone, and do it on your phone if you wanted to, if the quality is good enough. It's more important what you have to say and what you want to talk about. So that's it from us today from the live day on web development, and hopefully see you soon at the next one. I'm Chris. Bye-bye.